my mind. At the end of 2019, when I started doing year-end readings for people, both on the air and at live readings, person-to-person, individual readings by phone or Skype or Morse code, whichever you want. At the end of 2019, I was getting an awful lot of readings that indicated new starts for people. There were aces, like there's going to be big changes in career, there's going to be changes in your life. I couldn't understand why. That went on into early 2020. And then by March of 2020, when people started getting sick, I realized what the cards had been telling me for the previous few months, that there was going to be upheavals. The old ways would change for a lot of us, and did. Gosh, there were so many people who took the time. I mean, I know a lot of people were saying that with all of these lockdowns that we had in 2020, there would be a renaissance in the arts, but very few people, a lot of people just drank beer and streamed movies. But I do know one person here I've run into who wrote a play, had it produced. So, hey, he had the time on his hands to write the play while he was in the lockdown, and he did it, and he did get it produced. And he shared that good news with me. And see, that's what I meant by new things coming in people's lives. And the cards can show these things. This is why I don't recommend, this is counterintuitive, I know, because, there are people who assume that I make a living just by reading cards for people constantly, it's not so. I do a lot of other things. But I don't recommend a lot of readings for people. I just don't. Then you become dependent on the cards, and then you start to substitute the judgment of the cards for your own. I think it's fun to have readings maybe once or twice a year. Learn what's going on. Like this time of year, at the end of the year, I do that. I usually do a lot of that. I haven't done very much this year because I've been like the Walking Dead. I've been ill. You can tell by the number of shows I missed this year, and I'm going to get to a little perk that you're going to get because of that. But, at the end of the year, it's always good to get a reading to see what the coming up year is like, or maybe see, even, now this sounds strange, but there are people who do this. What was the past year like? Because we may not have noted what's going on around us completely. Very few of us are that aware. I know I'm not, because that's why we use cards, to enhance our awareness. But, there may be some things going on in your life over the past year that you couldn't explain, you didn't understand, you'd want to know more about. We could look into that. That's why I call it the magical window, because you can use this as a window into things that are going on. And I just didn't want to say, Elliot's Tarot Show. I don't like that. I wanted to give it a snappy name. And in fact, I like the name so much that I wrote a book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is the kind of book that I wish I had when I started learning to read tarot cards. And you can use that book yourself to learn how to read the cards. I have a special on that right now, which is it's a book dedicated to you, actually. By the way, it's dedicated to the listening audience of Ask One Radio, because people pushed me into the wonderful world of really delving deeper into tarot than I ever did. And I wrote that book, and here's what I've got. The book is not just a book, but it's a CD comes with it, which has genuine readings that illustrate various points in the book. If you want to learn how to be a reader yourself, this is the book to get, I think. Well, naturally, because I wrote it that way. But also, it had, I always was suspicious of these tarot books that said, and I read the cards in 1972, and I saw that Nixon was going to resign. Well, it's easy to write that in 1985. But I took actual readings that you'll hear, and you'll see the power of the tarot cards in those readings. These are real readings that we have. No confidentialities are broken. It's just readings. And there's a special I'm giving with that. That book is illustrated with the vending machine tarot. Now, there's a cute little thing. There were little teeny cards that came in a gumball canister in a gumball machine. Back in the late 60s, early 70s, you could pop a quarter into the machine, turn the crank, and out would roll a little canister and open it up, and sometimes you'd get a Beatles ring that had a picture of Ringo on it, or things like that. Well, this machine used to sell little decks of tarot cards, just the major cards, the 22 major cards, and you can read alone with those. The other cards add a little more depth to the reading, but it can be done. There are some people who only read with the major cards. That's fair enough. And I have reproductions of that deck from the 60s, which no hippie would be caught dead without having a deck of tarot cards at Woodstock, So we still have those. And they come in a gumball canister, and I make them individually for each order. See? So you get them, these are not machine made. You get them right off the assembly line? No, you get them right from me. And that'll come with a little sheet of paper that you can use for the layout, but you'll probably throw that out. It doesn't really matter. But the special now is if you get a copy of the book and CD set, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, you'll get a free set of the reproduction of the vending machine tarot. I had a very funny conversation with a chef from Louisiana, who thought that I was selling I had it listed at eBay, these cards, and he thought it was an original set, and he offered me a fabulous amount of money for it. And I said, you do realize, of course, these are reproductions that I make on cardstock. And he said, oh. So I let him have it at a very reasonable price. Because, you see, the originals would be very expensive. They were kind of cheap. And I would be very surprised if any originals of the tarot deck survived. I have one, by the way. That's how I made this set, you see. I managed to get hold of one. And it's... I don't know how long it'll last, but I've got it. And you can get a reproduction of the very rare and interesting vending machine tarot free while supplies last, which means as long as I feel like doing it, for when you get you see, I'm looking at a deck of them right now. Little teeny weeny little deck here. I have two decks here sitting right there. When you get Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. Now, what I'm going to do also, aside from that, which I mentioned, this is for everybody, because I mentioned I do a lot of private readings this time of year so people can look at the coming year, and I haven't been doing that because I had been ill. If you notice, I missed a lot of shows this year, so I'm going to assume that I did about half of the shows that I should have done. So I have cut my prices in half for readings. You can go to magic-works.com. There on the homepage, or you can look for the page that says tarot reading, and you'll see my prices. Just cut that in half. That's just it. I mean, I had a request the other day from somebody who wanted an email tarot reading. Those are $10. And I answered that it's $5 now because of the sale. You see, so that's pretty good. And I'm going to be doing that until the end of the year. Between you and me, don't tell anybody about this, but I'm going to be doing it longer than that. I feel guilty about having missed all the shows. Of course, I had no choice because I was a babbling idiot with a fever. That doesn't help at all. And I had no voice for much of the last few months. But here I've got it. Now it's impossible to get me to shut up. So those are the two things I wanted you to know. Three things. One, I'm back. Two, it's the end of year 11. We're going into year 12 starting next week. Then the specials with you get a free copy of the vending machine tarot in its own little gumball vending machine gumball canister. I'm shuffling up the cards while we talk. Is that rude of me? And also my readings are now, when you see the prices at magic-works.com, cut them in half. That's it. I mean, instead of the best deal I've ever given was that $10 email reading, because they go into in-depth in a question, any question you have, and it's only $10. Now it's $5, you see, and you still get the same thing. So that's my way of repenting. That's my way of saying I'm sorry to let you all down by not being here while I was so sick, but I sure missed you, and I'm glad to be back. So it's my gift. and I'm happy to do that. So keep that in mind. You can find out more about what I do at by emailing me if you want at asktaro@earthlink.net. asktaro@earthlink.net. You see how old that this is? I have an Earthlink address. I've been doing this so long. And the website, I've got a couple of websites to go to. One is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. That has 103 pages. There's loads of free magic information there, and there's meditations that you can listen to and download. There's all kinds of interesting stuff there. And the other is mojoacademy.org. That has books and audio and video. Check that one out, because we like to say there is a book there that will change your life. Another one is called the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets.com, and which has, now this is a high ticket item, and it's not for everybody, but I do recommend it highly if you would like to get into serious occult work and magical work. It's the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, which is a synthesis of many different magical books. You might not want to have all of those books in your library, and this has the meat of all of those, and it's really it's an astonishing thing. It's been around since the 1930s in little teeny books, and usually riddled with typos. But Mojo Academy Mojo Brothers Books has restored them. Took a year to restore them, and it is now out in normal size books, a set of 10 books in paperback or hardcover. And you can see all the details about that at 10lostbooksoftheprophets.com. And you can get them through eBay. You can get them through Amazon. You can get them directly through that website. There's all kinds of ways to do it. And like I said, it's not for everybody. It's for the person who really wants to get into it. Now, if your New Year's resolution is to get into the esoteric side of the spirituality of the Western occult tradition, you can't do any better than getting the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. If you really want to get into it, you can grab hold of a set of the Equinox, which that usually, it's in the public domain now, but a set of books like that can run $700-800. Now, we're not talking about that much for the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. We're talking about a lot less. But take a look at it. It's a little pricey for the hardcover one, but it should be, because you'll have it. That's an heirloom too. But it's reasonable. It's if you get it in paperback, it's under $9 a book. See, for the 10 books each. So there you go. I just want to let you know about all of that. And, of course, at mojoacademy.org, you'll find all the great Mojo Brothers shaving soap, which if you're really stuck for a stocking stuffer, that's the one. If you might be a little late, but if you want some of those, just check it out at mojoacademy.org. Now, we're all shuffled up, as you no doubt hear. So let's do this. Let's get right to it. Let's get into the readings. I'm going to ring a bell now to declare a sacred space, and that's the space in which we operate and look through the magical window. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for our first readings for tonight for Sarah in Oxford, New Jersey. Hi, Sarah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, hon.
How are you doing, Sarah?
Going through some rough patches, but other than that, good. Getting ready for Christmas.
Well, let's see if we can make it a little better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
Anything, pretty much. Just, I wanted a reading tonight kind of just to cheer me up a little bit, to be honest.
Okay. Well, let's see. This is a card that it'll either cheer people up or it'll upset them, but I have a feeling you're going to enjoy it because it's a good reading. The first card I have is the Wheel of Fortune, and that means the way things are for you now, you're at a time of change. Things are going to be changing. Yeah. Now, of course, that the next question always is it going to be good or bad change? And I can tell you it's going to be good.
That's good.
Because the next card is the Six of Swords. That is a card called Science. And in some decks, it shows a person getting from rough waters to calm waters through her own efforts. It's moving a boat. It's a person moving a little boat from rough water to calm water. So that you've been working on trying to make things better, and this shows me that you're going to succeed. The next card is the Fool. Now, that doesn't mean you're a fool. That's the card that means the beloved of God. If there were any negative cards in this reading, that card would overturn them. So it's going to be very good for you. Now, I need to ask a question. Are you doing anything new in terms of work?
Yeah, actually. For years, I've been in retail, kind of management, and I've been doing housekeeping work. So totally different.
Okay, because what I've got here is the Eight of Coins, and that is a card of a person who is doing something new in terms of work and money, and applies herself diligently to it and is very successful at it. That's why I asked you that question. So that's going to be very good for you this year. The Two of Cups here is a card that usually signifies a new relationship coming, or if you're in a relationship, the relationship you're in reaches a nice new level. So it's a very good sign. I'm seeing the year going to be very good for you. Money
That's
is
good.
I've got the page. Look, I've got the Eight of Coins, the Page of Coins, and the Queen of Coins, and the King of Coins. This is money. Money is all over your year coming up.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, you're either going to rob a bank or you're doing well. By the way, bank robbery is an interesting crime because it's never been worth doing, I might add.
No.
I remember back in the 70s, the first time and this is going to sound peculiar, but the first time I looked into bank robbery, I saw that the average bank robber got like $400 and arrested. Now, bank robbery, I don't know how much the average bank robber gets, but they have the highest death rate of any criminal activity. So I would have asked people to reconsider if they were going to go into bank robbery, and I shouldn't make little jokes about that, but yeah, it's not a good thing to do,
No, but it was a good joke, though.
Thank you. I think I've mentioned this before, but when I was in my teens, I was actually offered a chance to join an organized crime family by a very scary guy thought I would be good at it. He said, and I have no idea why. And I thought it over. And I told him, and I'll never, this is like burned in my mind. I said, the thing is with organized crime, the hours appeal to me. The hours are good, but I don't like your retirement plan. And he just stared at me, and then he just started laughing and laughing and laughing. He said, "You're okay, kid." And I never heard from him again. So, I think I handled that one right.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'd either be, in a Martin Scorsese movie or looking up at everybody from the bottom of the East River. I don't know. But in any case, this is going to be a very good year for you. Really, really good year. Now, let me tell you this. You have some kind of new ideas that you are kicking around in your head. Is that correct?
Yeah. I had one today, but I'm just kind of about starting maybe a cleaning business when I'm done going through some personal stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that because this is the Page of Swords, and swords are about mental activity, and the page is the appearance of something new. So that's telling me that you have a new idea and a new way of looking at things, and you're going to implement it. And the card after that is the World, which is the card of assured success. So I think you're on a good path here.
All right.
So you're going to have a pretty good next year, and it's laying the plans for what's going to come after that. I'm going to pull one more card for you. Yeah, look, see, this is good. This is the Magician. It's not just the Fool. That's ultra positive, but the Magician is even greater. This is a person who can draw power down from the spiritual realm here and make it work. So you're a very gifted, powerful person, and you're putting all that to work, and it's going to work out well for you. That's what I see for next year.
That's good.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's a great reading. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you for everything.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, the nonstop chatterbox who now and then reads cards for people. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska is next. Hi, Joe. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Oh, good.
What can I look at for you?
Good. Well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've not had this kind of a reading before, so.
Well, what would you like to, is there something you're interested in, or do you just want to see what direction the cards take us in?
Well, I was hoping to hear from the other side if I could.
Okay, I've done that. There are several cards in the deck that when I know that that's the intention, I'll shuffle the cards, and if I get one or more of those cards, then I know I'm on the right track. Obviously, one of the cards is the Death card, another is the High Priestess, which is the person who can see beyond the veil. And if I don't get those cards, I can shuffle them again, or I can just read it anyway and assume that it's a message from the other side, because I never did that before. You said you've never done this. I never did these kind of readings until I came here and started doing it on Ask One Radio. It never occurred to me to even try. And I tried, and I usually get the same kind of reading, which is interesting. So let's see what we have here. Okay, I'll cut the cards now. And okay, there's the Death card. So we're going to assume that this will be a reading of the afterlife. That's fascinating. You see what I mean about the cards? I don't know how they do that. I've been reading cards since the 1980s, and I've long since given up trying to figure out how they work. So let's shuffle them up. Okay. The Knight of Cups is here. The Lover's here. These are emotional cards. There's somebody very close to you passed on, correct?
Correct. A few.
There's
actually.
Well, let's see what we can find, who we can get into here, see if there's any kind of a message from it. Yeah, see, this is a card that I always get when I do these readings. These are two cards that I get all the time, and I'll tell you what they are. The Three of Swords is a card of great sadness. Great sadness. It shows a heart pierced with swords crying. Now, is that sad or is that sad, right? The next card. Now, I get that frequently here because there's so much sadness involved when people pass on, or let's face it, die. You know, I know people shy away from that word, but there it is. The next card is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And that's followed by the Four of Rods, which is a card of happiness and comfort and joy and a happy home. And now here's the card I get frequently with these readings. It's the Ten of Swords. It's somebody who was having a very, very rough time, and the bad times are over, is what that means. So the message that I get here is, we know that you feel close to us. We're very sad, too, that we're apart. But it's a hopeful time because the soul is growing. And that leads to the happiness of Four of Rods. And the Ten of Swords is about the suffering that this particular person, this particular entity went through is over. There was somebody who had a rough time before passing, correct?
Well, my father would have.
Yeah, see, but because that is a card. I mean, sometimes that card is confused as a card of death, but it's not, and it means that the troubles are over. Six of Rods is about success. So this is generally how these readings go. There's an acknowledgement that this person is close to you, the spirit that we've contacted. There's an acknowledgement of great pain and sadness. yours and the other person too. Then there's the card of hope. Then there's cards of happiness. There's a card of this cessation of pain. That's the main thing, followed by success. And here's one I get often too, which is the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So whoever's sending you this message, the message is very clear that there's sadness here because you're missed, and they know that they're missed, but they want you to know that they're doing okay, and they're growing, and they're happy. There's happiness there. The Four of Rods and the Ten of Cups are very happy cards. And they all come after the Three of Swords, which is the sad one, which is the sad event is the passing. And everything else after that is happy. That's almost always the way these readings go, by the way. So I'm going to chalk this up as genuine.
Wow.
If you go back to the Ask One Radio archives and listen to any of my shows, you're probably going to hear a similar reading. And this is the way the cards end up going, which is, we're sad, we miss you, we're doing well, though. So it's almost like saying, don't worry. So these are good.
Wow, great.
But the pain is there. There's still, whoever this is still misses you. Let's put it that way. Because of that pain is there, but they're growing. The pain is receding in this little plane. Let me see if I can find one more card that might help out. Because this kind of stuff kind of sticks in my throat. I get a lump, you know. It's just.
Yeah.
This is the Six of Cups. Now that's a fascinating card for this. The Six of Cups is about memory of years gone by. It's a card of nostalgia. It's a card, you know, if we were doing a regular, say like romantic reading, it would refer to maybe somebody from your past coming back into your life. But in this case, we're talking about somebody who was in your life a long time and goes way back with you and has warm feelings for you. That's the Six of Cups. If you can do a search online and see what the Six of Cups looks like in several decks, you'll see it shows two happy children holding each other. Generally, so this is the message I'm seeing, which is it's somebody from your past who you've known for a long time, who was very close to you, who is saddened by being away from you, but is growing as a spirit and is doing well, is in a happy place because the pain and suffering has stopped. Okay?
Okay.
That's
Well, thank you.
I hope that helps. It's like I said, these kind of readings almost leave me speechless, you know, because
they're fascinating.
Yeah, and
it has been fascinating.
And it's not the kind of thing I ever thought of doing. You know, that's because it's funny that you said you've never had a reading like this. And until I started doing these shows, and it was several years into doing the show before somebody asked me about this. And I said, let's give it a shot, you know, because hey, I'm game, right? And that's where I realized the first thing I got was, like, you know, the death card. And that's what happened here, too.
Wow.
One more card is the Nine of Coins. That's a person who is at peace and one with themselves. So that's the message I'm getting, is that the spirit feels whole. But there's still that sadness of being apart. So that's, you know, everything else is happy. Okay?
Well, great. Well, I understand that when spirits pass over, there's a time of learning, supposedly, but there's also a great happiness of, like, being home, being whole.
Yes, and that's why I find, like I said, you can listen to all the other shows. If you pick one at random, you're probably going to hear another reading like this, and they generally follow that pattern, which is there's love, there's warmth, there's sadness, and then there's happiness. And the sadness, of course, is the separation. I'm personally kind of freaky about death. Like, I don't want to die in my sleep, for instance. You know what I mean? I want to know it's happening. That's so. I'd like to experience it if at all possible, but I'm not quite ready for it now. And I've been very close to death several times in my life, and it's a very eerie feeling. And there's a history in my family that is odd. My mother once went to visit her mother in the hospital when her mother was dying. My grandmother was dying. And my grandmother started yelling at my mother and said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Why are you ignoring your father?" Well, this was in the mid-1970s, and my mother's father died in 1925. And her mother was saying, he's right there, and you're ignoring him. And, this really shook my mother's mind. Now, I'm going to jump ahead, because not that many years ago, I think I may have told this story last week, in fact, so rather than, I'm repeating it, but I'll make it a little more brief, but I guess not everybody listens to every show. A few years back, I was in a cheap dive bar here in Hell's Kitchen, and there was a guy named Joe. And Joe would sit there and get drunk. And every once in a while, he would turn and say something to people that would alarm them. And one day, he turned and said something to me. And the bartender saw me and said, "Oh, Joe just told you something about your family, didn't he?" And I said, "Yes." I mean, Joe just said to me, and I didn't really know this guy, Joe. I mean, he was the guy who got drunk all the time. Said, "Your grandfather's very proud of the work you do." And I said, "Oh, yeah, which grandfather?" And he said, "The German one who used to be a publisher." Now, at the time, my wife and I ran a newspaper. And he said he likes what you're doing with the newspaper. We had made a minor sensation. We were in the New York Times and on television because we had uncovered corruption in local government. So, and, I said, I'm not even sure that my sister knew that my grandfather was our grandfather was the publisher of Vogue in Europe, the European Vogue. Like I said, he died in 25, so we never knew him. I mean, I'm not that old, he died well before I was born. But you see, so I'm kind of, it's kind of spooky about this stuff. And a few times I have been at death's door, and not the least of which was in 2013 when the hospital gave me an infection after supposedly routine surgery, and next thing you know, I'm in a room with like 6 other people. Everybody died, and then they would be replaced, and there was a nurse there who went berserk. She started crying and said, "I didn't sign up for this," and I was the only one who lived through it, because it had been made clear to me that it wasn't time for me to go, which of course I was in a great deal of pain. So God knows I wouldn't have minded going at that point. But, when the time comes, it comes. So I've been close. I've been around death. And to be able to do these readings, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. But I do them. And they follow this pattern. Mm-hmm. And I have to, I have a jokey answer. When people say, "Do you believe in life after death?" I say, "Of course I do. Where do you think we are?" But I don't know anymore. I'm wondering about it. I suppose there's so much evidence.
It's good to wonder.
Yeah.
And ponder. It really truly is. That's how you grow too.
Yes. Yeah. That's and growth. Each growth is, in a way, each bit of growth we do is like a death of an older version of us, I suppose. And it's just,
yes.
I have a lot of memories, by the way, which always confused my family. I have memories from things that I'm not supposed to have remembered. Like we would sit and watch movies on television when I was little, and if it took place like in the 1920s or something, and I would say, as a child, I would say that didn't happen that way, and it would freak them out. I have no idea how I knew what it was, but now the question is, this gets into Rupert Sheldrake, a great scientist who I've stuff about him at my webpage, magic-works.com, my website. that memory is outside of the brain. Memory is not in the brain. He believes that there's a morphic resonance, and that's where memory lies, and we just tap into that. There's a lot to say in favor of that, because there's a lot of times we know things that we shouldn't know. It's like we're picking up somebody else's memories. So I'm just wondering where these come from. But the cards are a tool, and they show me the same thing so often that I believe me, I'm not a card manipulator. If I was, I'd be in Las Vegas instead of doing this. I have no idea why it keeps happening, but it happens. So, that may be the subject of another book for me. I don't know. I might give it a shot. Well, I better run. I got to take a couple of more calls here. Like I said, I've been.
Okay. Well, hey, Merry Christmas and.
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Let's get to New York.
Yeah, from Alaska to New York. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. New Year's a good time for me because my birthday is a few days afterwards. So I get to celebrate a lot. We're all shuffled up. And Purvi, right here in New York City, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. My pleasure. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. Let's see. I'm doing okay. I've missed so many shows because I was ill that I just chatter a lot now. So I'm trying to restrain myself. But it's so great to I get such a burst of energy from the radio audience and talking that, man, something, maybe I should have done the show while I was sick. It might have made me less sick. I don't know. So let's get right to your reading before I chew your ear off with a nonstop talk. How's that? What would you like to look at?
I would like to look at my love life.
Okay. Let's see if I can shuffle that up and see what we get. Interesting. Right now you're in a pause. There's a pause here. That's the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is like nothing much happening, really, but you're going to enter a period. Yeah. I'm going to say this as delicately as I can. You're going to enter a period of great sensual delight, okay? Because that's the Nine of Cups.
A period of what?
Great sensual delights.
Okay.
I mean, all kinds of, enjoying all kinds of good pleasures and I mean, it's a very good sign. I mean, there's only one warning, which is that people are going to be envious of you. That's not terrible, but it's just you're entering a period of great, almost luxury and exciting feelings and romance and it's. I'm trying to keep this as decent as possible, and success. It's going to be a very good period for you. I mean, you're going to go from a period of the Four of Swords, which is nothing happening really, just waiting for something to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to hear that because I feel like I've been waiting forever.
Well, according to this, that waiting period may be coming to an end because there's a lot of, like, here's the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and joy, and there's just the card of the Sun, which is health and growth and healing and happiness. It's a very bright time, like the Four of Swords, the period of waiting is kind of dark, but there's a bright time coming for you. Now, here's something that's interesting. There's somebody who's interested in you. This is how I always interpret that card. The Four of Cups. It shows a person looking at three cups and doesn't notice a fourth cup off to the side, being handed out from a cloud, which means it's mysterious. Then that generally means there's somebody who's interested in you, but that person hasn't made these feelings known yet. So keep an eye out. There may be somebody around you who's just a little shy, but see, now, here it is. Here's again the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning of romance, happiness, joy. All these cards show me that there's a period of great enjoyment and happiness coming your way shortly. Because I've got the 8 of rods here, which means it's on the way. So this all comes after that card about waiting. So that waiting period is about to end. That's the way I look at it. I mean, these are all really good, happy, solid cards. And the thing is, there's a preponderance of cups, and cups are about the heart and emotions, and that should be good for you.
Well, I just have waited so long that I am seriously concerned about, fertility.
Yeah, well, let me see what I can show you. There's cards for that too, which is like, okay, this is a little bit of this is pushing it along. Okay, the Page of Cups is the same thing. The Page of Cups is the appearance. It's not theoretical. Like if it was the Knight of Cups, it would be a theoretical thing. The Page it's right here. It's down to earth. It's real. The Empress, believe it or not, that's the card I was hoping to find. The Empress is a card of fertility. If you look at many tarot decks, you'll see it shows a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables, and wheat. This is all about making things grow. It's a card of fertility. It's a card that a lot of people don't want to see, by the way. But you mentioned that, and there it is. Now, the 3 of Cups is here, which is also a card. Cups, again, all these cards are about romance and emotions and feelings. The 3 of Cups traditionally indicates in this kind of a reading that it's somebody you're going to meet through friends.
Oh, okay.
So, but keep an eye, because I'm sure that there's somebody around you who's interested and hasn't let you know yet. So,
well, my problem is I don't ever feel drawn to or interested in anyone. I feel like I'm not in a place where I'm allowed to grow.
What is stopping you, do you think?
No, I mean with the person.
Oh, okay. Well, it can be hit and miss. I mean, I was married once, and it didn't even last 2 years. Married again, and we're heading into 40 years now. So.
Oh, wow.
You keep trying. Either I've developed a severe lack of curiosity, or we hit it off very well. So who knows? But. You see, now, here you go. The High Priestess is here. That's an interesting card. That shows that you're a person of deep intuition, feeling, spiritual depth. And I think that card then showing up now is telling me to let you know that you should trust your feelings. And don't, if you don't feel drawn, then you're not, right? So I just think that this, I'm almost speechless, because this next card is about what I was going to say. The next card fits in with what you want. The next card is the 10 of Cups. That's about happiness in a home, and it shows people with children, and everybody. It shows you're going to attain that. When the time comes, you'll attain it. Okay. But I think. Go ahead.
No, so you can finish.
No, the period of waiting is coming to an end. Is the way I see it. In fact, the tower.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have the tower struck by lightning here, which means it could end fast. And now here's the star. The star is also another card of fertility. It's about hope and optimism, but it shows a little bird in a branch in a tree, and that is generally believed to be representative of the soul of the child about to be born. So there are 2 cards here showing fertility, and many cards showing happiness. It's coming your way. It's not. It's just taking longer than you want, obviously, but it's coming your way. Okay.
Mm. Well, I think that it's interesting that you mentioned home, because that has been it's a long story. I won't go into all the details, but that's been a very like kind of the bane of my existence.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it almost feels like my life is just survival mode. I'm surviving, and that's it.
Well, I see that changing. Do me a favor, because I've got to run, and I need to try to get in another call. But go to askoneradio.com tomorrow, or anytime after tomorrow, and listen to this call, and listen and picture the cards, because I'm telling you, this is what you're looking for is coming. Okay. I mean, I've got it right here again, which is the 10 of coins, which is all about that.
Okay.
The 10 of coins is about it. Okay, so I've got to run.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And Julie in Apache Junction, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, Julie. Let's see if we can get you in here. We've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
Relationship.
Okay. Let's shuffle them up. Oh boy. Are you married? Because if not, you're going to be.
Yes.
How's that?
I am.
You married?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the first thing the cards, because it's kind of odd when there's a reading and they want to know about relationship, and I say, oh, you got a great relationship coming your way, and I find out the person's married. But the card I got is the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage, which tells me that you're in a relationship now, in a marriage. The Sun is here. That's a card of healing and health and growth. Have there been things that you had to work out in this marriage that have been like...
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, well, this is telling me, and that's followed, by the way, by the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So what I'm getting is that there have been some problems in the marriage. There's a good chance it'll work out. The High Priestess is here, which I just had for the previous caller, which indicates a very spiritual and intuitive person. So you know what's going on. You feel it, and you should go with your feelings. But what I'm seeing is that your relationship is entering a new phase. The Six of Swords is here. That's getting from where you are to where you want to be. You don't have to tell us what that phase is. Whatever, there's something you want, and you're going to go after it, and you're going to get it. That's the way I see it.
Awesome.
The Ten of Swords is here. The Ten of Swords means that the bad times are over. It looks to me like you're working your way through it. Whatever way this goes, it's going to be best for you. How's that?
Okay.
But
sounds good.
You see, the Death card is here, which doesn't mean you're going to die. It just means that the one phase of your life is coming to a close and another phase is beginning, which is why I say there's changes coming. And that's followed by the Six of Swords, which tells me that the change that's coming is the change that you want. And it's a change that you actively want and are working toward. So whatever, like I said, you don't have to get too personal with everybody listening. But what I'm seeing here is you know what you want. You're working on getting it. Here's the Three of Rods, which is waiting for results. And you're very spiritual, because that not just the High Priestess, but I have the Magician card here. And of course the Hierophant, which is the card that led me to believe that you were married, which was, that's also a spiritual thing. So there's a lot at work at play here. It's not a simple situation, but you're going to get what you want, and you're working at it, and it's showing up. Okay?
Awesome.
I will light a candle. I'll light a white candle after the show to send you some positive energy. How's that?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I'll do that. I've got to run now.
Okay. Thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And folks, that's it. You've come to the end of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. Year 11. We've just rounded off year 11, and we will be back next week with the beginning of year 12. I hope I sound like I'm a 12-year-old. I don't know what that means, but gosh, it's been so long since I've started doing this that I get edgy when I don't do it, and I get so much energy doing it, and I hope it comes across that I really enjoy our time together, or I wouldn't have been doing it all these years. Gosh, Dave sent me a message here, said if the producer, if this was high school, I'd be a senior now. You see, I knew one day I'd be a senior. It's not like my Social Security check doesn't tell me that every dang month, I'm a crotchety old man. Jeepers creepers, I'm completely a senior, huh? I'm old, let's face it. I mean, I was born old. Let me put it that way. I mean, I'm old at heart. And like that's what I'm saying. I'm convinced I was here in the 1920s and the teens. One day I'll tell you how I was injured in World War I, long before I was born this time around. But that, as they say, is for another day, and maybe even for another book. But until we meet again, I just want to remind you, my website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And that has 103 or 4 pages of fascinating stuff. mojoacademy.org. There's a book there that will change your life. And seriously think you might want to consider one of those books there. There's loads of books about all kinds of esoteric subjects. You can even learn how to hypnotize people. So I got to get out of here in 8 seconds. So remember, what you are, I almost got that backwards, right? What you are is the universe's gift to you. What you become is your gift back to the universe. See you next week. Bye-bye now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from carolwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. I'm I'm trying to get myself still together. It's been one of those days. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And again, I am your mini medium and super excited to be back. And I still sound a little raspy. I apologize. I've been getting or trying to fight this dang upper respiratory virus called pneumonia. So that's been fun. So if you hear me, cough a little bit throughout the show, I apologize. It's just this residual leftover stuff. But thank goodness I'm on the up and up, and just so grateful for everybody that sent their well wishes and their prayers and their good healing vibes and all of that good stuff. So I hope you all are getting ready for the big holiday that's coming up. So Christmas here in the U.S. and other, around the world, how they celebrate in their own special ways. So I know that this time of year is so hard, especially for those who have lost loved ones. So all of my good healing vibes and prayers and positive energy and love and light goes to everybody out there during this time that is struggling with, the loss of a loved one. Especially, like I said, through the holidays are always so difficult. But I'll tell you, with that said, that is where I feel that we, and when I say we, mediums, psychics, light workers, we are here to hopefully give some, comfort or closure or peace or, healing, whatever it may be. That is our purpose, and especially during these times. So I'm happy to be able to be on A1R Psychic Radio to do that. And I love and feel so blessed to work with some incredible people with A1R, and just how just authentic everybody is that works for the station and behind the scenes and all the other readers out there. So it's definitely not an easy quote unquote job, but doing as I do, definitely the positive outweighs the negative, if there is such a negative thing. But I always say it's a blessing and a curse. So, we have our good days and our bad days. And an important thing I'm going to throw out there, and I'm going to pull our affirmation, but I have without a doubt the reason that I have gotten sick so much this year is because I have not been practicing what I preach by taking care of myself and making sure that I do a good cleanse and do that inner self-love and self-care. So please do as I say, not as I do. How's that? So thank goodness I've had amazing clients and family and friends that have been so good with just hanging in there and allowing me to get better before we did readings. So we've had to reschedule many, but I promise I'll be back in full force and it'll be worth it. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to pull the affirmation for today. And then, of course, we'll take our callers. So in true, I guess, Christmas fashion, if you will, I'm going to pull the number 25. Now, that does not mean that that was not the number that I've been saying the last couple of days. It actually has been. And let's see, sorry, can't do that. So 25, ironically, has been the number. So 25 in my visions would be the 25th of a month. This would be February 5th. This would be the age of 25. And what else in that connection? Someone who could possibly be born in 1925. So this is how souls come through when I start to channel, when I start to get messages. So please keep that number 25 in mind. And I'm sure that it's going to be for sure tonight in some way, shape, or form. Okay. All right, my friends. So tonight, our affirmation, boy, man, I'll tell you, I giggle every time because every time I read these affirmations, it's almost like my guides are yelling at me in my face. So the affirmation for everybody out there, and especially during the holiday season, it says, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So again, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So having that patience, again, in whatever it is that you are trying to manifest in life, I'll tell you, patience is very hard. Immediate gratification is something that a lot of people struggle with. So give it time, be patient, and just know that the universe or God or whoever you feel your maker is will reward you, especially when you are putting in the work. I promise it definitely will come to fruition. So I have noticed it myself and have witnessed it with others as well. So, okay. All right. Well, I am excited to take my first caller, and this lady doesn't live too far from me. So this is Catherine, and Catherine is in Denver, Colorado. Hi, Catherine. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, I'm so grateful to speak with you. I'm doing well, thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Just getting through and getting ready for the holidays. It's a busy time of year for sure. Yeah. I always say it comes so fast, and we stress about it, and then it comes and it's gone within 10 minutes. It's like,
so true.
Like waiting for a ride at Lagoon, or at Disneyland.
Right, it's the worst traffic jam ever.
Yes, for sure. Yes. Well, how can I help you tonight, my friend?
I just need some direction, if you don't mind. I'm really in a struggling situation. I've been forced into an early retirement from a job that I was passionate about and loved because of a medical condition. I've applied for disability. I've gotten denied repeatedly. I just spent 3 hours for Social Security office again today with another denial process. And I will be penalized if I attempt to work, or I wait for the 9 months for them to make the final decision about the disability application. So I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm supposed to work or just wait for the disability application. And even if I get it approved, it doesn't even cover the cost of my rent per month. So I just don't know what to do. I'm just kind of struggling, very kind of weary right now.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other thing I'd like to ask about is my love life. I have a gentleman that is the love of my life. We've been together about 5 years, but it's kind of a complicated situation, as they all are. I'm just hoping that we'll have a long, successful love life together. I'm hoping to have some direction there.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's I pull a couple cards for you and see. Sometimes I will use my cards for some direction and just some guidance. So a couple things that let's address the disability, the financial part of your question first, and then we'll see if we've got some time to touch base on the relationship. But so a couple of things that have come up that I feel now, not to get into, I know not me personally, but people that I have witnessed, family that have really struggled, with getting disability. I know, for one, I know it's not an easy, process. Anyways, it's many times of being rejected. Many times of having to appeal and appeal and appeal. Now that doesn't apply to everybody, but just from my personal perspective, I've watched and seen how many people have really struggled to get that approval. And then, it's 3, 4, 5 years down the road and they're still trying to, get approved. So,
which is such a disservice. I've been paying into the system since I was 14 years old. So I've been paying into the system for 40 years.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. And I think that's one thing that's frustrating is when we put into that benefit, but yet we struggle so hard to get approved for it, when we need it. So I completely understand.
I found that my most recent denial was because I had a very small amount in my 401k, which I've already cashed out to pay rent the last 3 months. After an extended hospital stay, I was in hospital for like 4 months, and I cashed out my 401k to pay rent, and I got penalized for that. That's why I got denied this last go around.
Gotcha.
It wasn't that much. It was a few $1,000s, but
yeah. Well, so when it comes to with with the disability and the next step that I see coming, I did pull a couple cards, by the way, just to get some idea here. Now, the one thing that I'm noticing that's very that's sticking out to me as far as intuitively is also just kind of again, you have free will choice and you can decide how you want to proceed. But I do feel that there is some lacking, how do I put it? Some lacking medical paperwork. It feels to me like there needs to be more in order for this to be pushed through, in order for this to possibly be approved. It just feels to me like there's some documentation when it comes to, your past, how do I put this? Your past care that needs to be either updated or worded differently and in that sense. So it just feels to me, it's like, I guess the vision I can tell you that I'm really getting, Catherine, is not all the I's have been dotted and not all the T's have been crossed. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense, like, to me specifically, because I only got notice of this appointment for the Social Security Administration 2 days ago, and the appointment was today. And I followed through in every way I could. I had letters from doctors, I have hospital records, everything I gave them in person today.
Gotcha. Okay. So, so the way that
there might be something lacking that I don't know of,
Right. So, when it comes to that, here's my just intuitively moving forward. Keep aggressively pushing forward with this. I do feel that if you're in the beginning stages of this, which it may be that case, just really be very diligent about all the paperwork that's being given, being sent in by the doctors, whoever may be. That's where I'm saying I feel like there's just, I know how very anal that, the approval can be. So just be very diligent about that, even if you have to hire representation, which I do feel like that's what's going to be coming next in order for.
If I could afford it, I would, But,
yeah.
And I'm not allowed to apply for work in the 9 months while they wait to make the decision process. But the decision process to go through it take up to 9 months. I'm not allowed to apply for work, so I'm not allowed to have an income. But I don't know.
Wow. Yeah. It's kind of, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to that. I'm so sorry, my friend. Well, I'll tell you, just, I feel there's a favorable outcome. I really do. And I don't just say things to say them. I will tell you yes or no. I always say I don't sugarcoat things. I will tell you it's just going to be, it's looking a couple, 3 more years out there. So that's where your free will choice comes in and says, okay, is it worth it? Or do I, keep pushing forward with it? So just
it's either like surrender and die. I just don't know anymore. I've been brought back from death 5 times, and and I struggle so much. And I'm a very stubborn person. You probably can see that a little bit, which is both one of my biggest gifts and one of my biggest defects, because I'm so stubborn. It made me a really good addict for years, but I'm so stubborn that I fought back. After I was pronounced dead twice in 2017, the doctor gave me 1% chance of living and said if I lived on the 1% chance, I would never walk, talk, or feed myself again. I went straight back to the full-time work at the airlines right after that.
Wow.
And I got forced into a retirement from the airlines because of a stroke.
Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, my friend. Well, I'll tell you, I can definitely tell you have determination. That is for sure. And I can tell you have that very fiery, stubborn, like you said, personality to where, don't surrender to this. You've gotten through a whole lot worse, my friend. So, keep pushing through, because like I said, there's a favorable outcome. It's just going to take some time, and I get that.
Don't go gently into the light now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, please don't. Please don't. Keep pushing through. I always say, you've gone this far. You've gotten through a lot worse. So keep pushing through. Keep pushing. Just make sure.
There's got to be better. Yeah.
Advocate. Yeah, exactly.
High intentions. This great book I read, The Philosophy, is about setting your personal thermostat. For example, you walk into a room, you set the thermostat at 74. You don't go tinker with it. You don't go mess with it all day. You expect it to ride. You can set your own personal thermostat for a day. I expect the day to be full of blessings and great interactions with loving, kind people. You expect the day to rise to it. I've tried to set my personal thermostat so high for success and love and not wealth, but just stability.
Yeah.
I feel it's just not rising to my expectations.
Yeah.
I'm in a constant prayer. I pray constantly, almost obsessively. Sorry, you're really getting the journal version of this tonight.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I always say that writing and journaling is such a great way to get that energy out, so you're not keeping it, all bottled up and then eventually, in a sense, exploding later, That's beautiful. I love that. And I love how you put that. So hang in there with that. And yeah, you're welcome. All right, my friend. Well, I have another caller waiting, but I wish you so much luck. I will send you such good healing vibes and positive vibes, love and light, everything I possibly can to help you get through this, and sending you well wishes and happy holidays. Okay.
Thank you for your wisdom, my friend. You be blessed. You're a blessing to me.
You as well. Oh, thank you, hon. Take care of you. Okay.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay.
I think I will.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. All right, my friends. Okay. All right. So now, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. This is Stephanie, your mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I just want to good. Thank you for asking. I'm so excited.
Good.
I guess I'm for, You said good? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Good. I'm excited.
Yay.
You're okay.
I know. I just a career reading. I have some things going on, so I wanted to know what you see.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's been kind of the theme tonight. It's interesting. I feel like as we go into the 2024 year, there's so many, I guess our mind go all over the place with different goals and new direction, all about those New Year's resolutions, which I'm not a big fan of New Year's resolutions, but, I think sometimes some people like to do those just to get themselves motivated for sure. So, okay. All right, my friend. Well, I wanted to pull a couple cards for you to see what's coming up in that first. Let me here. Now, I'm just writing a couple down. Okay, well, here's the first thing that I am being pulled towards you. For one, you have an amazing, just your voice, your energy. You have a very high vibrational frequency, as we call it. Your energy is beautiful, by the way. you have a great energy, which ultimately is what's going to help push you through and help you to obviously be the best that you possibly can and the best version that you can during this lifetime. So keep doing as you're doing, especially with that beautiful energy. Now, this next year, going into 2024, the one thing that I really, the first vision I get, and that's how my premonitions and my gifts start to kick in, is a whole new direction and change in your career / soul's purpose. Does that make sense? I just feel like I see you starting to realize there's more to this life than what you've been doing.
Oh, 100% whole new career. Yes.
Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Perfect. So now, some things that I would just say to be mindful of as I see coming into next year with that. For one, well, you have you've got to be either a fire sign, my friend, or you've got to be an air sign. What is your zodiac sign?
Taurus.
A Taurus. Okay. Oh, I think Taurus is Earth sign though. Is Taurus Earth?
It is Earth, yeah.
Yeah, it is Earth. Oh, are you on a cusp by chance? Your birthday?
Very close to it, the 18th. So the cusp, I believe, is the 22nd.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I'm sitting here going, man, you've got a little earthy vibe coming from you, but I definitely feel like you've got that.
I feel like I should be a Gemini.
See, and that's what I am. I'm a Gemini, and that's exactly what I was just going to say. You are an air sign.
We get along very well. I love Gemini. So.
See? Oh, I love that. Yeah, I knew it. I would be willing that if you had your chart done, which I don't do that. I sure would love to learn, but I'm willing to bet you have a lot of the Gemini in your chart. So the Gemini being that air sign, you're also very easygoing, you're ebb and flow. So when it comes to this new career, I feel like you're going to fit into it beautifully. It's going to be perfect. The only concern, if it's a concern, I wouldn't even know if concern's the right word. I would just be mindful that, here, I would say at least until about March of next year, things may not be going exactly how you had hoped, but hang in there because I feel like there's a shift right around that springtime to where you'll see things get to where, oh, okay, it's making sense. Now, I can move forward with what I really want to do with this career and take what I learned in the last few months and then run with my ideas, if that makes sense, because I feel like you've got some amazing healing energy. Geminis and even Taurus have that very healing, want to take care of people, want to see people be happy, get that, that we fill our own cup up by seeing other people fill theirs up. So be prepared for next year to right about summertime, taking off just exponentially. It just feels like it takes off like a rocket. So, with that said, I also feel like I see you bringing someone in to your business or your line of work with you to help, to assist. So if you haven't already, does that make sense?
100%.
Beautiful. I love it. So now I want to know, what is it that you're going into? Can I ask what career direction?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you everything because you did really well. So I am going into the film and television industry, which we are having a script written, and we gave him the deadline of March that we'd like a final draft. So your timeline is very good. So, I could see this taking us, pushing him, rewriting, and all of that stuff that goes into this. And it taking that long till April or May, like you said, because now once we have it, now we have to shop it. The other thing that you talked about, bringing someone in, makes total sense. I do have a partner on this, but we will need to bring people in to execute the project. So that made total sense. And the healing energy, I'm a Reiki master and a medium. So you nailed all of it. That's why I put in the thing. I'm like, oh my God, I want a reading. I never get readings. I'm always giving them. So.
Right. Oh my gosh. Sandra, I'm the same way. I always say the healer needs healing too. And I want to find something. Yeah. I love it.
Well,
I always think, I want to be read. I want someone to read.
I would love to.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Absolutely.
Off topic. You and I can connect later, but you did really good. Is there anything else that you see?
Yeah. So, are you in a relationship? Are you dating?
I've been in one for a while.
You have? Okay.
8 years.
Married.
Yeah, like a month. No, okay. 8 years though. But tell me what you see. No.
Okay. Yeah. No. So, well, for one, you validated. I didn't see the marriage commitment, which is fine. The signs I get when it's committed through legally, it's a different feeling, a different vision. So you validated why that was there. So yeah, I mean, 8 years with somebody, I don't know how it is where you are in California, Utah, it's common law marriage. So, you kind of become, what is it? Where your stuff is my stuff is your stuff, that kind of crap. So, but I feel like, in this relationship, I like it. I feel good about it. I know I've got about a minute left. My producers let me know, but I just want to tell you one thing that I saw with the relationship is that make sure, in a sense, I guess, if you will, that you are taking time to do for you and not always worried about them and what you can do for them, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
You put a lot of energy and effort into making them happy, which is fine, but make sure you're giving back to yourself, okay?
Yeah, I definitely understand that.
Right. Good. All right, my friend. Well, I have to sign off. My show's already ending, but I'm so happy to have met you. And you have a wonderful holiday, okay? Yeah.
Okay,
it was so nice meeting you. All right, hon. Bye-bye. All right, guys. This is your mini medium. Have a happy holiday and a happy new year. I will see you guys next week. Okay? Bye, guys.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'm your host for a little bit. Please stick around for the evening because we have some really, really good readers tonight. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I can be contacted through the website Psychic Paths. So how is everyone? We have just had a full moon again in Cancer, which is a very, very sensitive sign. I'm always the one to say that these full moons every month kind of allow us to release what is no longer benefiting us. And I'm afraid that this one is a bit sensitive. So if you feel very sensitive or emotional, let me tell you, it's okay. It's okay to feel your feelings and to let them go. Feelings and emotions, no matter what the scale, is really, really, really normal and human. The trouble comes when we don't know how to react to them or behave with them. But it's okay to feel your feelings. It's not okay to just do anything you want because of them. And once you feel them and go through them and process them, let them go. Don't hold on to them. So that's my little spiel. I hope everyone is feeling good. We have Kara from Texas. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
Just anything that you might have some advice for me.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit tells me. So I don't know if this resonates, but right away, Spirit tells me that you feel like there's a pause. Do you feel like you're kind of paused, like you're in between situations?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there's no movement. There's no movement, and I feel like you desire some movement in your life. Let me see. So you have a few people on the other side also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just seen this older gentleman, and it feels like he's really got a great sense of humor. And he kind of popped in with a great big smile and said, "Tell her I said hello." But he's an older gentleman. So, yeah, he showed up. Spirit wants you to know that this pause is necessary, the feeling of stillness. And I feel like you're a very active person, like you're used to being very active with your life, with your work, you know, that activity is a part of your life. But Spirit wants you to know that this time of pause is for you to be able to be clear and to kind of get grounded, because I feel like your next chapter is going to be busy, but Spirit wants you to be able to have that clarity along with it. It's not going to be a time of letting it go with the flow. It's going to be really you making precise decisions about where you want your life to be. Who, what, where, and why is really you are going to be in charge. And I don't think that you've thought of that you've ever thought about, am I in charge or what's going on? But Spirit is letting you know that now they're kind of grounding you to make you clear for what's going to happen in the future. And I feel like this 2024 is really going to be a blessing for you. I don't feel like you've had a very big amount of worries or things, but I feel like you haven't been able to exhale and say, okay, I've made it, or I've done it, or the joy of anything. And I just feel like 2024 is going to be your time to feel that joy. And I think part of that joy is that you're going to be driving the bus, nobody else. And that you do get to take time to say, my decisions, my feelings, my thoughts, my time. And so that's really what I feel like Spirit is wanting you to know.
Okay.
That I don't think that it's going to be trouble making decisions. I feel like you're going to handle it like a pro, because I get this feeling from you that you're a leader, that you're just one of those people that can say, hey, go over there and do that, and people will. You know, where if I said it, they give me the look, like, who is she to tell me what to do? Maybe you don't know you have those leadership skills, but you do. You have a very, very good way of leading people.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you look from in spirit like you're in between things. Are you in a place where you think, well, I want to be here for the rest of my life, or here for a long time? Is that how you feel?
I'm kind of trying to make a life-changing decision on relationship-wise, if I want to still be married to my husband or not.
I feel like everything you've done, or at least a lot of the things that you've done, have been because it was supposed to be, or it was the right thing to do. And I don't think you're there anymore. I think you're kind of like, what do I feel, and what do I think, and what do I want? And I do believe that you know in your heart of hearts what you want. You have, I can feel that you have not been able to be as much as you want to be, or to be as free to be who you want to be. And I feel like you're on the precipice of making the decision now. There is no right or wrong answer with that. It's in your heart. It's in your heart every day, and it feels like a lot of the time that decision is there, but it's yours, and nobody's going to judge you, and nobody should judge you, because it's your life. I feel like you want to be free. I know,
Yeah.
psychics are supposed to say, this is what you do, but I'm not that psychic. I just want you to know that there's no right or wrong answer. It's what you really, really want that matters. You matter.
Okay.
I know. I feel like you go through the feeling of what do I feel? And then you go, well, how is this going to affect everyone?
Mm-hmm.
You matter. First and foremost, you matter. Please honor your feelings and know that this is a very sensitive time to be dealing with that. But I feel like you're not in a rush because you feel still. There's a stillness in you, and it's supposed to be there. So my advice is to take your time and please do whatever it is to honor you, because you have that stillness now. You have that time now. It feels like spirit has just taken all kinds of activities away from you so you could sit and be clear.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel you are clear. If I said, are you going to change your situation? Yeah, you are. You're going to change it. I can feel it. Either inside this relationship or outside. You are in control. And I feel like I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to have a really, really good year ahead of you. And I feel like you know the answer to what direction you should take. It's not what you should do, what you should feel. It's really about what do you feel and what do you think? What do you want to honor with yourself? Because you've sacrificed a lot. And Spirit just wants you to know you matter. You are precious, and it's what you want. There's no guilt should be around that, okay?
Okay.
And as soon as you do make that decision, as soon as you take a step and go, I want this, then everything just kind of falls into place. And everything should fall into place because you're being true to yourself. You're giving yourself the freedom to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Does that make sense? I sure hope so.
Do you have any information? Any way of knowing the older gentleman's name by any chance?
The one that showed up?
Yes.
Let me see. It's a very simple name. It's a very simple name. A very American, very simple. There's an E in it. I know that there's an E in it. And I feel like he's on your mother's side. He's from your mother's side. And you have his smile.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, December 28th, and my name, or December 27th. Oh my God, don't push the year. My name is Maria Leggett, and I am coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio, and I'm super happy to be on here with all of you. I hope everybody had an amazing holiday, whether you celebrate Christmas or Yule or Kwanzaa or Hanukkah, whatever your chosen holiday is. I hope you have had a fabulous and wonderful season, and I hope you were all surrounded by people who loved you. And if you were alone, please know that your crossover loved ones on the other side were there with you, celebrating you and loving you and surrounding you with their own gifts from the other side. And hopefully you were able to see some of the signs that they were around. Thank you for joining me tonight. I want to talk about, I have a root chakra class that I've just released, and it's absolutely amazing. And if you don't know anything about the root chakra, I have a free chakra basics so that you can begin to learn about your chakras. So are you ready to dive deep into your chakra system and unlock the secrets of your inner self? Look no further than my amazing root chakra course. You can find this course at templeofthesacredcircle.org. It is under spiritual education, and it is an absolutely wonderful course that's going to teach you the stage of development of your chakra, because each chakra begins at a different stage in your life. And the root chakra is where it all begins, which is why it is the first chakra. And we'll talk about the stage of development, what can affect it during the development, and all of those things that we carry epigenetically down in our RNA, in our bodies, and the things that we agreed to do when we came in here for our soul contracts. And you're also going to be able to learn what you can do and how you can use herbs and crystals to help you walk through opening up your crown chakra, your root chakra, and allowing you to feel safe and comfortable in this world. The root chakra is all about your safety here in this world. And do I belong? So it's a sense of belonging. So I want to welcome Tammy to the show. How are you this evening? Oh, Albert
Good.
Lee. Okay.
Yes.
Tammy, yes.
Good.
How are you?
Yep. Good. What's that?
How may I help you this evening?
Oh, I was just wondering, like, I'm kind of like, for like, I have a question, it's like career and like relationship wise, because I just got out of a relationship and now I'm like in the last phase, and now I'm hopefully like starting a new career, and I don't know, I just need guidance, hopefully, or.
Well, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. It's interesting. As soon as you start talking, I hear the word rebirth. You're in a phase where you're like rebirthing everything about yourself. And Spirit is showing this to me as though both of your relationships before, the work relationship and the personal relationship, were not beneficial to your spiritual growth and your emotional growth. Does that make sense? They were both holding you back.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
And you are now at a space where it's as if somebody has taken the weighted blanket off, and now I can breathe. I can actually breathe, and I don't feel so claustrophobic. I couldn't think of the word. I don't feel so claustrophobic. I can breathe, and I am
really
grateful for this. I'm sorry?
Peace, yeah. Yeah, finally, like, have peace around it. Like I miss them around, but, like, I'm grateful for the peace that I finally have. So.
Yeah. And they're showing it to me as though, remember when you are in that I miss mode and those emotions, that Spirit is showing it to me as though what you really miss is the companionship more so than the actual person. And to know that now and now that you have cleared that energy out, it is time for you to take a pause for at least the next 6 months and just breathe and try not to sit down and start manifesting who's the next person, because they're showing me that there are things that are important for you to begin learning about yourself. Learning, what do I like to do in the peace and quiet? Where do I want to go for dinner without someone else telling me where I have to go? What do I enjoy? Learning who you are as a person outside of a relationship is really important for you, because it's also going to be able to help you professionally in that you're finding who you are. And in order to find who you are, it's going to help you find your path. And the path has only become...
Starting a new job is a good thing as well?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's interesting, though. I want to tell you that the job you're starting is going to be an interim job between this and the next thing that you're going to be ready for. And it's not like it's a short period of time. It's at least a year, but it's not the final place that you're going to land forever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. That's
it's
not something I'd want to cover for sure.
Yep, nope, it's definitely not your permanent landing place. It is something temporary to get you where you need to be. And Spirit says that it's really important for you to begin trusting that they are going to provide you with the abundance that you need, and to be able to sit down and go, okay, here's what I need to make my budget this month. Bring me at least this much. And they'll make sure that you always have what you need to cover your basics. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. That's good to know.
Yeah, because they're showing it to me as though, things are different since you don't have another person sharing with some of your bills. And it doesn't feel like everything was half and half anyway, but it feels as though you would definitely miss some of the input. Does that make sense?
Right. For sure.
And so they just want you to know that just to keep manifesting, financially, this is what I need this month, and trust that it's always going to be there for you. Because they're showing it to me as though this is you've kind of gotten used to this, because sometimes you'll run things a little close, but magically the money always appears when it needs to. And they're happy to continue doing that for you. Yeah. And they're happy to continue doing that for you because you're grateful for it every time it happens. They show it to me as though when it happens, you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. I can't believe it happened again. This is amazing. And they want you to continue sitting in that, saying thank you. And that's why they always do it, because it's not an expectation. It's here I am in this bind. And then boom, they will always take care of you. And continue to be open to receive from different paths, different areas. And I don't know why this is important, but they're showing me to be open to speak to people in like coffee shops. I mean, I go and get tea every day, so I'm always in a tea shop. I don't know why I go do it every day, but I do. And to be open to talking to strangers, because it is a way for you to become comfortable using your voice more rather than trying to hide back in the corner. And it's really important that you start recognizing that you don't have to be shy and be quiet all of the time, to just start coming out and saying hi to people randomly, because you never know who you're going to help on the other end of that hello. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I will. What other question do you have?
So how about like for my daughters? Like I have 2 daughters, and I just always worry, especially about like the oldest one. And do you have any guidance or anything to like help me to help better everything for everyone.
Yeah. Let them see you. Let them see you be vulnerable when you need to be vulnerable. Spirit is showing it to me as though maybe when you were a child, but somehow along the way, you were taught that it's not okay to be vulnerable and show your feelings to the younger people. We have to be strong for them. Being strong for them can also include being vulnerable and letting them know that it is okay to have emotions. It is okay to cry, and not to say to them, we have to be strong, girls, don't cry. Allow them to cry, because it's important for them to be able to speak the things that they want to speak. Because there will be things that will come in the future. And if you allow them to be vulnerable and speak their truth now, later when it becomes really important, they're going to know that they can come to you, and you're going to be a safety zone for them in order to share what they're experiencing at school and with boys and with any partner that they may come across. Knowing that you're going to be open enough to allow them to be vulnerable with you and trust you with that information. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. That's what I've been trying to be for the most part. And unfortunately, they haven't seen me as like my vulnerable, and they have been strong for me. Yeah,
well, and tell them, you don't have to be strong for me. You know what? We can cry together, and it's okay. Right? And make yourself a cup of tea, and make them a cup of, whatever it is that they like to drink. My grandson likes to drink tea, and so does my granddaughter. And we can just sit there and, watch a movie and put on something where you can cry together, and make it something that you do together as a family. It's just important for them to know that the nucleus of who they are isn't shifting, even though their home is shifting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can do that by making sure that you stick to a routine, like a specific bedtime for one, and then a bedtime for the next one. And then making sure also, Spirit is showing me that you set aside at least a half an hour a week to spend with each one of them alone to do something that they want to do, whether it's a game or something else like that, and allow them to know that they are just as important now as they were before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm pretty sure they still know that. But yeah, it's still good to remind. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much, Tammy, for joining the show. I really appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you called in. I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope you have an amazing new year. Thank you so much to everyone who's here on the show. Thank you for joining me this evening. If you would like to book a one-on-one reading with me, you can go to marialeggett.com right down here below. And if you're online listening, it's marialeggett.com, marialeggett.com. Have an amazing new year, everybody. Take care.
#1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, I'm just taking a sip of something. Hello, my cherished ducklings. This is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and you're either listening to A1R Radio or watching Moonstruck TV, and both are good. I'm very, very happy you're here. And I'm standing, or actually sitting, by to answer your most heartfelt, secret, but you can say them out loud, questions about your love life, your career life, or anything else you feel like. Just no geometry, because I'm really bad at it. So I'm about to do the Psychic Tarot weather. Before I do that, I don't know if you guys noticed if you were feeling a little moody over the last couple of days. There was a full moon Christmas and the last couple of days in Cancer, which is a very moody, emotional, home-loving sign, or so I've heard. There are days, I love astrology, but there are days when I'm like, really, do great whirling lumps of rock care about what I'm doing on Tuesday? Really? But it seems to be accurate, so I'm going with it. Anyway, there's been a full moon in Cancer, which could make you feel very nostalgic and very home-oriented, which is both very good things for Christmas. But if you're feeling a little moody-ish or even a little blue-ish, because sometimes that can happen over the holidays, just know that things always get better. They always do. And that you're fine. And it's just the moon. It's just an enormous lump of rock. But it is a little influential. Anyway, and I hope you all had a great holiday. I did. I went to my next door neighbor's house. There was somebody there at dinner who, a very nice guy, but he really did emit high intensity boredom rays. Just amazing. And usually there's one of those at every holiday gathering. So if you had one of those at yours, I feel your pain. But I hope everything was good. I hope you had delicious food, hugged lots of people, and got and received gifts. And all of my cherished ducklings are going to get holiday gifts, probably by Easter. Okay, so the tarot psychic weather, this is how it works. I'm going to pull a card for the beginning of the week. And the beginning of the week is today. So it's going to be for the next couple of days. Then the middle of the week, which is more on the weekend. And then the end of the week, which is like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think you've caught on. So the first card is this. This is an interesting card. It's a guy looking at a tree full of pentacles. What does this mean, you say? Well, let me tell you. This is a card of looking at your resources. It's also a very good card to get during Mercury retrograde. More about that later. Because it's about taking time to reflect, relax, and look at what you've accomplished over the last year or even the last 5 years. This also can mean that you have some resources you don't know about. I'm always telling people to go to their state government site. For me, it would be like newyork.gov. For you, it would be wherever.gov. And go onto the like found money site. It's like there's might be money there that you don't know is owed you. I made a lot of money off that site. You shouldn't have to. It's completely free. Just have to fill out some forms. But I highly recommend that. But sort of like that, there might be something you own that's a valuable antique, or you could just sell your siblings on eBay for parts. Okay. Ooh, a lot of romance coming here. Nice. The Knight of Cups. It doesn't have to be a water sign man, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, but it often is. But this is a man who is looking at you, or a woman, but a woman who, man or woman, man is first though, who's looking at you with longing from afar. longing from afar. So if somebody has a secret crush on you, or somebody around you kind of really admires you, if you are in a crush situation, and all of us are at some point or another, this might mean that there's more hope to your crush than you currently know, especially if he's a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. It can also mean that there's just a man in your vicinity who's very poetic and intuitive and kind and insightful, like all Pisces are, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, and he's going to have some sort of influence on you in the next week or two. I love this. And then last, you might be coming up on a decision time. This is a woman sitting at a crossroads with a crescent moon behind her. She's balancing two swords. And if that's your idea of a good time, knock yourself out. But what this card means is that you might feel a little stuck because you haven't made a firm decision about going one direction or another. My advice would be make one decision. A very great famous artist once said to me, when I said, how did you know you're going to be a painter? He said, I just decided, he said I was pretty good at it, but I decided to pick a window to look at the world from. He said, and if you stay at that window long enough, sooner or later, the world comes to you. What I mean by that is that it doesn't matter what you pick. Just do it with all your heart and soul, and sooner or later, you'll find what you're supposed to be doing. Trust me on this. I know. Okay. We're taking calls from Australia, from the UK, which is Wales, Ireland, England, Scotland. I almost said France, which would be terrible. Canada, the US, New Zealand, and all sorts of good places. And I am here to be of service to you. And we have a pretty much verified 89 to 92% accuracy rate, which is not to brag, that's pretty freaking good. Anyway, let's talk a little about, while I'm waiting for the first caller who called in and then, oh, I didn't see that on my screen. I'm so sorry. Hi, Maria. I'm Perry. How are you?
Hi, good. Thank you.
Good. I'm so glad. And where are you calling from? Oh, Salt
Lake City, Utah. Yes.
Cool. Oh. Now I want to go skiing. Utah's so beautiful.
Yes, we haven't had any snow yet.
I know, it's nuts. Well, I don't know that about Utah, but that's really strange. But what's not strange is that I'm going to ask, yeah, it must be. What a nice voice you have. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to tell me when your birthday is, because that's how I like to connect to people.
12/12/85, 1985.
Wow, I have shoes older than you. 12/12, so you're Sagittarius. What a great 12/12. Look at you. That's a very powerful day. I love Sagittariuses. You guys like to travel. You're very charming and outgoing. You can be a little naive, which is really charming, especially in this day and age. And what else is Sagittarius? 1985. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what Chinese year that is. 1961. I think your year of the cat. I might be wrong about that. Also known as
no, I think it's the ox, I think.
Oh, you're right. My bad. My math is terrible. I'm a Pisces. That's my excuse. Oh, oxes are great. It's like being a Capricorn, where you're very determined and you seem very prim and proper outside, but on the inside, you're crazy in a very nice way. You tend to be very original. But the most dangerous place in the world to be is between an ox lady and something she wants. Anyway, my dear, how can I help you today?
Right. Well, I just want to know, like, what the new year holds for me, and in love life, financially, and health. So that's for me, and I just wanted to see.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, let me just sort of get a
whatever you see.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just happy to be here, honestly. Okay. Ooh, you're very popular. A lot more people like you than you sort of know or take into account. You're very bubbly. Do you mind if I can't?
Yes.
It's not that I can't tell if I don't think you're in a relationship, but can you let me know either way?
I actually am.
Yeah. I'm not getting the feeling that you're that thrilled about it at the moment. I think maybe he might be, or she, or they, whatever you like. I'm going to go with he because that's the vibe I get.
Right.
How long have you guys been together? Is it 2 years?
No, long 17 years.
Oh, I guess it's because you sound like you're 19. Woo! That's a long time.
It is.
You really do. You sound like you're 17. I can't believe you've been with anybody for 17 years. Actually, I think you guys are going to have an upturn in your relationship in like mid-January. I think, any long-term relationship, there's a kind of, you can't stay in love all the time because you die or go crazy. So I think you guys might be going through one of those little valleys where you're not feeling as madly in love as you have at times in the past. What I want to tell you is that that's actually going to fix itself. And around mid-January, you might even find yourself planning like a second honeymoon or a third. I don't know how many honeymoons. How many honeymoons have you had? That's hard to say. Career. Well, you'd be wonderful working with people. You work very well on teams because you're not a narcissist, which makes you pretty much the only one in the Western Hemisphere who's not a narcissist. But you're very good at working with people because you're not competitive. You're very supportive of everybody else on your team. You don't get jealous of other people. You just want everybody around you to do well. That's a very strong feeling I get about you. Would you say that that's correct?
Yes, that's exactly how I am. Yes.
Yeah, that's so nice. I wish everybody was like that, but I'm glad you are.
Me too.
Yeah. And I'm seeing you working. It's hard sometimes as a psychic. 20 years ago, I'd picture somebody in an office and I could see them doing things in the office that would say this is the kind of work they do. But now everybody's staring at computers, so it makes it a little more difficult. I almost want to say you're in something beauty related, but I'm not sure if that's what you actually do or if that's something I'm seeing for you as an option this year. So,
actually, that's what I've been wanting to do.
Yes, I think that's very much, you have such a talent for that. And I don't know, I think you have a nice day job, and I think that you work with some nice people. I don't think it's as fulfilling as you'd like it to be. Pamela in Plainview, Texas. We'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Just hanging with my girl here. Okay. So I think it's nice, and I think you work with nice people, and I think you've gotten promotions and stuff like that. Although you haven't quite got it promoted up to the level you should be because you're really nice. And sometimes it feels like pushy people get promotions, but you're not pushy. But I really like that about you, so don't change that.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Maybe what you should do, keep the day job for a little while. But there's a bunch of stuff you could do. You could start a TikTok or YouTube channel, because I think are you really good at makeup? Are you one of those people who's just insanely good at it? You are. I'm just going to tell you are.
Mm-hmm.
You could do a channel like that, set yourself up as an influencer. If you really wanted to go whole hog, that's not a very attractive expression, whole hog in this, what you could do is go to beauty school at night and learn how to do perfect hair and makeup, and then the next couple of years, because you have some business ability you haven't completely discovered about yourself. So what I want to say is you could even start, it's very easy to start your own makeup line. It really is. Or you could go into hair and makeup. I could see you being very good at doing hair and makeup for events and for photo shoots or right now, even if you're just very good at hair and makeup, which you are, so don't even bother arguing with me, you could write, starting tomorrow, you could let it be known to people around where you live that you can do makeup for TikTok or YouTube. Does that make sense? That's a very good
Yeah,
business
it
idea.
does.
I would write that one down. Because I see your life taking.
What about skincare? Because I've been wanting like to do kind of like skincare, but a little bit of here and there.
Oh, you'd be great. I'm sorry that didn't occur to me. I washed my face with Ivory soap and then just used baby oil. So I don't think it was skincare, but yeah, you'd be great at that. Also, you'd be very good at being an esthetician, the women who do facials. But that's not just make a lot of money, says for that. But you have a lot of healing in you. No, I think skincare, starting a skincare line is none of these are as difficult as you think. So think about that. I'm going to thank you for calling and tell you you're just wonderful. And I think by the end of 2024, it looks to me like you're going to be making about 33 to about 47% more money than you are right now. And it feels to me like part of that is in beauty. Does that work for you?
Hopefully, yeah. It's a new year and I'm planning on making changes. So hopefully that will be an option.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, because we also have like this business going on with my husband, construction. I was thinking, I don't know how that's going to go or.
Well, that's going to be fine. But he's very hardworking and he's very honest and he's got a very good reputation. So those are the three. The reputation is almost the most important thing. I wish he lived around here. I'd hire him. I need some work done. All right, my love. Thank you so much for being here. And that color looks great on you. And I'm going to move on to my next client, but keep in touch and let me know how you're doing, okay? Because I care, and B, I'm nosy. All right? Take care, love.
Thank you so much, and you have a great day. Thanks. Bye.
You too. My pleasure. Okay. The name of our next lovely Pamela. Okay, it flashed so fast. Oh, I love the name Pamela. It's a very old, it's a very aristocratic and a name that has a lot of great history attached to it. One of the first best-selling books ever in the 18th century was called Pamela. It's very glamorous. Hi, Pamela.
Hi.
Are you there? Oh, hello.
Yep.
Yep, you're there. Yay, good. Okay, my darling, where are you calling from?
Plainview, Minnesota.
Oh, cool. I have been there. I love Minnesota. Has it snowed in Minnesota yet? Youth wants to know.
Yes. We're best friends.
Okay, my love, tell me when your birthday is, and I'm going to connect you that way. 11/23?
Yep.
Cool. Oh, we're having an all Sagittarius show. Awesome. I love you guys. Okay. Let me see. It feels like you got a lot of questions. What's the question that's on the top of your mind that you kind of don't want to ask but probably should?
My past. My next steps.
You know that you've got a lot of healing ability, right? You're enormously empathetic, or is that empathic? You can, one of the two. You can feel what other people feel, which is not a fun talent to have, but you have it. So my heart goes out to you. Gosh, you'd make a very good counselor, therapist, drug and alcohol counselor. You could also take some classes and learn how to do various modalities of healing, like theta healing or hands of light or Reiki. Those are all things you'd be very talented at. Oh, they're also telling me, hold on, what are they telling me? Oh, well, they're saying that you have, I think they're saying you have a talent for writing. I can't quite hear my guides because
Are you saying writing?
Writing or riding, one of the two. It's
writing.
Horses or a pen. Writing, yes. Anything writing. Pen, not horses. Although
yes.
If you feel like writing on horseback, be my guest. Bring the pen. But that's a talent. Is that correct? Because it's coming off
yes.
you. And, yeah.
Yes, it's very correct. I just recently started doing it again.
Yeah, and you should. And I don't say this very often because everybody wants to be a writer and not many people are very good at it. And seriously, I hate AI. But
I don't want to be a writer. I want to tell my story.
Oh, good. Wow, that is some story too. Okay, maybe No, I can feel you.
That's
Wow.
my question.
Not,
am I telling the right story?
yes, you are. And just start telling the story. If you're writing it yourself, what my guides are saying is get up early and do like 2 hours in the morning, like it's a job, because it is a job. And you're on the right track. As you write and tell the story, it's going to tell itself. The story you're thinking about, it is the right story, but it also has a life of its own in a way. So as you start telling it, it's going to kind of take you over and tell itself. So you don't have to worry about that. And I don't mean in a scary way, but it's sort of like this. Back when I took an acting class a long time ago, and we used these masks. They're just sort of very basic masks, nothing Donald Ducky. And we'd put the mask in front of our face and start sort of talking through the mask. And the mask would kind of take over in a way. It had its own, the mask would have kind of its own story and its own personality. It was a very strange experience. But that's very much what's going to happen with you. I'm not saying wear a mask while you're writing. If you don't feel up to writing it yourself, what I do is do an outline and think about either hiring a ghostwriter, although that's a little expensive, find a writing friend who might want to work it with you. But the thing is, what I think this would also make is a very good series of some kind. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's a legal battle, and I just want to make sure I'm going to win. It's not legal that the right people are going to be reprimanded.
You mean for the legal stuff?
All of it.
That's a lot. So it sounds like you're already in negotiation about this. This is fascinating. Okay. One of the people you're talking about was recommended by a woman. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That person's pretty good. Just make sure they're a little careless, though. So you might want to make sure that I'm not sure you're the most detail-oriented person in the world because you got kind of a more big picture feel to me, but I might be wrong. I don't think I am, but I might be.
Both.
Yeah, actually, you know what? You have something very interesting. You have right and left brain. Good. So your right brain is the creative, intuitive. Okay. Yeah. What?
When I do rods, my left one and my right one are like, I feel like they're different people.
No, but they're equal though. No, it's not weird at all.
Right. Like I separated them one time and I felt weird.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you, is one of the reasons you feel weird when you do that is because most people have one dominant side of the brain. My right hemisphere runs my world. I can talk to dead people, but do not ask me to do anything involving measurement, remembering stuff or making lists, anything having to do with executive function, executive ability.
That's exactly right. Today I've seen auras. Is that correct?
Yes.
Never in my life have I.
Have you seen auras?
Never till today.
Wow, that's fascinating. And you're really seeing them today, too. That's how it works. The first time a dead person presented itself to me, I wasn't prepared. I had no idea that was going to happen. And sometimes ability
my aunt recently passed away. It's her wake today.
That might have something to do with it because you guys were close and she had a certain amount. She had a lot of unexpressed potential. She had a lot of intuitive and psychic ability. I really like her. I can't quite reach her. Yeah, she's really great. You guys are a lot alike too. She's an awesome person. I think you're in some ways stronger than she had a chance to be though. Although she's pretty strong. Oh, I like her a lot. What was her first name? What?
Elsa.
Oh, what a great name. Yeah. Okay. So that might have something to do with it because I think it seems like you were her favorite. That's why. She's spending a lot of time around you. And you might notice that. By the way, you can ask her to show you this without scaring you. She's either going to manifest like pennies and dimes around you, or you might see a lot of birds.
Oh my God.
Is that happening?
I penny
already?
and dime yesterday.
Yeah. Okay,
In the
good.
vacuum.
Yeah, you're going to find a lot of pennies, a lot of dimes. Also, birds and feathers are one way she communicates. I knew I could say.
Yep, I have both.
Yeah. I'm very excited for you about this legal thing. Just make sure. Oh, I was starting to say that you have, you actually your right brain and your left brain are very different. It is like being two people.
My
but
right
they're
brain,
also
I have
equal.
a migraine on it right now. My right brain
Oh my
hurts
God.
right now.
I do too.
It hurts really bad.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm so glad you called. Let me see if I can take some of that away from you. Hold on.
No, I usually when that happens, I'm sensing something. I just don't know what.
Yeah.
Recently there was something with records at a hospital. Am I on the right track?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are. Yes. Actually, you're good at stuff like that. Are you saying they lied about something on your
yes.
in your hospital records?
They lied where they got it.
Wow.
It's fabricated.
That's really interesting. Did they do that out of malice or out of just because it was easier? That's very interesting. Well, I'm glad you're
where the letter came from was really malicious.
Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that.
And I'm about to release something on the media. Is it the right move?
Yeah, wait a week or so. Don't do it while Mercury is in retrograde right now. It's not a great time to do anything media related.
Okay.
I think
I've
after
always
January.
hesitated with that.
Yeah. After January 5th, it's a very good idea. And you do have the lawyers you're working with are good.
I'm not working with any.
Well, the lawyers you're thinking about working with are good because you're going to be working with two different lawyers in the next 6 months. Probably for two different issues.
How many?
Two.
Yeah, there is two different issues.
Yeah, two different issues, two different lawyers. Take your time. Don't rush about anything. And also remember that you are allowed to have a different opinion from theirs. From the one of the lawyers is going to come in March. One is not going to come in until like August. But I'm pretty happy about the outcomes I'm seeing. Don't give up with either of these, okay?
Thank you. Because I did today, and then I just feel my aunt, and right before she passed, there was a picture of her that said, "Keep fighting the fight."
Yes, please. There's a reason for that. She's very much with you. I've only got 10 seconds. So I'm going to talk really fast because I'm a New Yorker. Here's what I want you to know. A, you're intuitive and you have healing ability. 2, your story is important. 3, whatever this thing with the hospital is, you can sue them and get away and have it work out. And that's all I can say. And thank you for calling. And I love you guys, and that color looks great on you. See you later.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Alignment Mentor on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. My name's Angie, and I'm your Soul Alignment Mentor, helping you to realign and connect with your highest self. And also, Merry Christmas to those of you who celebrated yesterday or will be celebrating this time of year at some point. I know there's probably some people that might still have a Christmas gathering coming up, or maybe you've already went ahead and had all those. But I want to give you a little bit of insight about what it might be like for your energetic system as you start to be around a lot of people. We as humans we're mostly energy. And so if we think of our actual body as an energetic field, and we think about how our body's mostly made of water, we can kind of correlate our water, the amount of water we have in our body, which is about 70%, to our energy. And so if we think about how water absorbs and it's flowing and it moves, and it kind of will either cleanse things or soak up like dirt in some ways, our energy field is like that. And so when we start to get around a lot of people, and we kind of especially family members that maybe we don't spend a lot of time with, or maybe we don't even get along with, we can kind of pull in some energetic things that are not aligned with our own energy field, our own highest self. And so being able to understand your energy on a way where you can notice when your energy feels off or when you're in alignment, and then coming back into the alignment of your energy, connecting with your most authentic self, your highest self, which would be your spirit self. And so if you're feeling a little off after you spend time with friends or family, and you're not sure why you feel that way, make sure you do a little bit of energy clearing, whether that is working with an energy healer, like a Reiki practitioner, Reiki master, or even working with an intuitive healer such as myself, where I can look into your energy field and see what might be blocking a chakra, what might be blocking you from getting goals that you want to achieve, or just something that you've pulled in energetically from the people around you that are making you feel a certain way. I know that for myself, sometimes when I get around certain people, I start to feel off. I start to feel like just unbalanced in my energy. And so I have to make sure that I am really coming back and clearing my energetic field, particularly my lower chakras. If you know anything about the chakra system, the root chakra and the sacral chakra are very connected to our family and that energy of the family. So those energy fields might need a little bit of extra attention when you come out of these settings with your family. Make sure you're also doing some heart work where you're realigning with the energy of love and opening yourself back up to receiving guidance from your intuition and just spirit, because sometimes we can get a little plugged up in that area as well, particularly if you get around family that you don't spend a lot of time with, or you don't have a lot of contact with, that might feel like you're crossing some of your own boundaries to make sure other people are feeling good. So remember, one, it's okay to say no if you really, truly are not feeling as if something isn't aligned with your highest self as you are trying to improve your life or reach a goal. And two, to keep your energy clear in those times where you do have to participate in something that might not be completely aligned with what you would like for your life. And so a lot of people that are spiritually minded have to keep this in mind when they get around other people that maybe aren't spiritually aligned with how they understand the world or understand themselves. So make sure that you take this time as we move out of this season to just rebalance your energy, realign it, and reconnect with your higher self. So I did want to take a call today to see if I could support anybody. And it looks like we have somebody from New York, and I am Ashante, I believe is how you say that. Ashante, are you there? Am I saying your name right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm surprised. I'm not very good at saying names, so I apologize. Is there something in particular? Is there something in particular that you were calling in for, or were you wanting a general reading?
General reading and more or less my health.
Your health?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am going to pull a card just to see if Spirit has anything particular they would like to speak with you. I'm kind of sensing that maybe you've been going back and forth to the doctor and there hasn't been a lot of answers for you. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Definitely correct.
Okay. And I think it's been a little frustrating because you're like, when are they going to find out what's wrong with me and how am I going to get this solved? I'm getting kind of, is it something to do with your stomach or your lower stomach area? Or are you like, have you been having some like pain in that area?
I have.
Okay. So here's what's interesting that I'm getting coming through, and this is one of the reasons sometimes doctors are not able to pick up on things that are going on with our physical body, because energy that we hold on, I don't know if you were just listening to what I was saying about the clearing our energy. We pull in energy throughout our life based on our circumstances and the things we've gone through in our lifetime. And particularly, I'm hearing that maybe there had been some early childhood trauma maybe that you'd went through. And this energy, what happens is it comes into our energetic field. And when we haven't released that energy, it starts to manifest into physical symptoms. And then what also happens is doctors can't always pick that up until it starts to manifest fully into maybe a major sickness or illness. And I am sensing that maybe you do have a little bit of stuff going on with like maybe your reproductive organs in some way, but I'm sensing that this is kind of related to trauma in many ways. And so working with a healer that could help you to release this energy that is stored in your lower chakras might be beneficial for you. And also, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of support around you, that you haven't felt very supported. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It's almost like you felt very like you've had to do things on your own quite a bit. It's not safe to rely on other people. And in many ways, I can understand just from what I'm picking up in your energy that you've kind of had to like become this strong person and kind of make your own way in life. But
yeah, since I was young.
Okay. And I really sense that you're in a place where you're wanting to kind of figure out what you want to do with your, like, what is next for me. But all this stuff that's coming up for you, like with your health and all this, actually what I'm hearing Spirit say right now is that your spirit team is trying to reveal things in your energetic system that is wanting to be released so that you can align with the things that you desire. You've felt mostly stuck and very blocked. One, it's hard for you to accept and receive love because it hasn't always felt safe for you. And so that has kind of blocked that flow of energy of actual people that can support and love you from coming in. But it also sometimes will kind of block our manifestations, the things that we really do want to come in. And so we're like, what is wrong? What am I doing that's not right? So I'm hearing Spirit wanting to tell you, like, release a little bit, just a little bit of the control that you are trying to have over things, and allow your intuition to guide you a little bit more, and get a little bit more in touch with that heart chakra, where you are connecting with your own spirit and with your spirit team. And if you don't have like a deeper connection with your intuition, maybe you can meet with a healer or someone that could help you to understand how to listen to that intuition, because I am sensing that. Are you also, I just heard the spirit say you're seeing numbers, like repeated numbers.
You said repeated what?
Have you been seeing any repeated numbers?
As far as what, like regular seeing it?
Like, are you seeing like a 222 or a 333, or I feel like there's some signs that are popping up around you, and you might be missing them, but your spirit team is trying to get your attention, is what I'm hearing. And it's for the purpose of like opening up and bringing you back into balance, because there's this, you've been calling out a lot. You've been asking for help a lot. Like, where are you, God? Where are, help me figure this out. And I'm hearing your spirit team saying, we hear you calling out and we've been giving you signs, but sometimes like that you have a little bit of fear that keeps you from hearing the direction that you're supposed to take, if that makes sense. Okay, so your spirit wants, your higher self and your spirit team both want you to know that it is safe to, one, receive love from the people that are healthy to give it to you, but also, I don't know if you know how to do any of the chakra clearings. If you don't, I have a $12 mini course on my website. If you got on angieharris.org, you could get on there and get my mini chakra healing course. And I take you through every single chakra, and there's a sound healing for every one. And I particularly feel like even if you don't get that one, look up something on YouTube or something and start using healing frequencies for your root chakra and your sacral chakra, because I really sense there's a lot of energy blocks in this part of your body, and it's manifesting into illness and sickness, and it's causing a lot of frustration for you, but your spirit team is actually trying to reveal it because it's time for you to heal, is basically what I'm hearing for you. And if this is something you want to continue, you're always I'm offering holiday readings right now at a discount, and you're always welcome to book a longer session with me. Unfortunately, I can't stay on here for too much longer with you, but I do hope that was helpful to give you some direction on what might be going on with your energy field and why doctors aren't able to figure out what's going on.
Okay, yeah, it does give me a lot of insight.
Okay. Well, I am sending you healing energy and love, and I hope that you have a great Christmas and continue to have a great week. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. I will see you all again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soulfully Guided on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. As always, a huge shout out to A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV, and all our viewers and anyone watching in, whether it be the replay or who's here live. So, wanted to wish, last week we wished everyone a Merry Christmas, and this week I'd love to wish you a Happy New Year. Got such a good feeling about 2024, and it's not so much about gaining things, it's more about letting go of things and sort of, I don't know, it's like all this hard work that's been done, healing or growing or learning about yourself and learning about boundaries and putting all these things in place to improve our life. I just feel like 2024 is wrapping things up and letting things go. And it's not about, like I said, gaining things. It's more about letting go of things and finding yourself and being you. So I really hope that for everyone, because I really feel strongly that this is a good year for me. And I would love that for everyone else. Now, what we're going to do is as well, always, if I haven't, thank you to another year with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, to our network staff, to our co-host and everyone that's involved, regardless of what side of the fence you're on. A huge thank you. I've really evolved as a person, and my confidence, I could not have gotten here without you, really. You're a big component of my courage and my confidence and presenting week by week, and also being there for me on those days that I really struggled emotionally this year. So thank you for supporting me, playing replays, having my back between shows to make sure I was okay. And with this series that we've got going on, if you haven't watched, please tune in to last week's replay, which if you're in the USA would have been the 20th of December. You're welcome to, I tend to watch them. If I watch a replay, it will be on, not that I get the chance to do that often, but and I don't like watching myself, but I Google Soulfully Guided, 20th of December, and you'll be able to see last week's show. So if you haven't tuned in, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, we've been doing a gifted children series. So we're trying to bring awareness about what it's like to be a gifted child, and also to provide support to a parent or a guardian or anyone that has a gifted child around them, to be able to support them in any way they feel that they can, or just let the child be heard, seen, acknowledged. And like a lot of us that are gifted, to not sort of identify ourselves in just a too weird box, or, to live life and enjoy childhood. So last week I tried to sum up my whole astral travel experience in 15 minutes, which didn't work. So our wonderful producer, Dave, if you can let me know how I'm going today with time, because yay, I've come in today again and I haven't thought about what I'm going to say. I'm just going to say it. Not quite developed there as a host yet to be able to just speak things naturally. I like to think them out first, not that proves me for any errors or nervousness, but I like to come prepared or with the notes, as you've probably noticed on my show. So we are evolving and I'm here today telling you how it is without putting much thought into it, but a lot of heart. So what happened was, when I'm not a dates person, but I would say I was about 8. I was in primary school. old enough to know what I was doing was not normal, and old enough to question, is this real? So I said that I was coming to you last week, not as an expert of astral travel, but as a child who experienced it, and just to get the idea of what could be going on under the surface for a child. So we were watching a family movie. We were all there, my family of 4, and we rarely went out as a family. So it was a really special event. And while I was watching a movie, I felt like my soul, which I didn't have the words back then to explain what was going on, and I was more scared than anything. Like, if I did this today, I would be in awe and wild and just in my complete ultimate happy place. But my soul left my body, in a way I could describe it, in a way that you would see a passed over person as a medium would see it. So it was kind of like translucent, or transparent, but you couldn't make me out. So I was physiologically in the movie, but all of a sudden a part of me just left and was in the car park watching, which was really, it was a crappy car. It meant nothing to us, but I watched some people, 2 guys from the car park while my body was in the movie. I watched them robbing our car, or while breaking into our car, not actually robbing it. So I have to use my words right because it's all jumbling my mind. But so to me, as a young child, that was our property. That was a violation of our belongings. And what was happening is I was in the movie and I told my mum multiple ways that I could try and escape being in the cinemas. And I was saying, how can you not see what they're doing? Our car is getting robbed. And she's like, calm down. It's okay. Nothing's happening. The car's safe in the car park. I'm like, what is wrong with you? How can you not see this? And I witnessed our car get broken into, and I was kind of narrating what was going on. But at the same time, I could physiologically move my body and completely, I was completely present in both areas, in spirit, or however, like an expert would like to say it, because I'm no expert of astral travel. This is the first and last time I did it. I would love to do it again, but I'm not there yet. So I told my mum, please let's go to the car park. And she refused. She said, we're watching a movie. Let's just calm down and, relax. So I tried to say I was going to the restroom and tried to escape to catch these criminals in action. Like, what was I going to do anyway? It was more like a violation of our property and actually, our belongings, and actually seeing the whole thing go on. And so sneaking out of the movies didn't work because obviously Mum knew what I was going to do. She was ahead of my game. And I wonder what it would have been like for my parents to experience this, or especially my mum. And sadly, I can't ask. My mum passed away when I was 16. But so the movie, when it finally finished, I even saw that he got his, I think it was the left speaker from the stereo system that wouldn't come out, and one of the man's necklaces got caught in the speaker and he didn't realize, and there was an engraving on it with the letter J, and not sure if it was a full name, but I remember J. And I was telling my mum all this. So when we got to the car, I was like, what? I was baffled, like, what is wrong with these people? How can they not see? I couldn't determine between what was real and what was not. It was all real to me, even though I knew it was abnormal what was going on. And I sort of detached and astral traveled without trying, and then somehow I became one again without trying. So it was kind of stressful. And as soon as we left the cinema, I bolted, like I ran ahead to get to the car. And so as it turned out, the car had been broken into and there was, the chain there, but we did call the police. And you can imagine how bizarre it would have been, Mum trying to say, Mum and Dad trying to say they were watching a movie when our car got broken into. And there's this little 8-year-old me or 7-year-old me trying to tell the police, this is what they look like, this is what they did, this is how they got into the car, and then this, if you look under the speaker in this section of the, on this side, you'll see he's left a necklace, a gold one with a J, and I had no idea, looking back at, wow, I wish I could do that. But could you imagine if a child has no idea that these sort of things exist, that these are gifts, or that this is, things that adults strive really deeply to get to this point of gift set and being evolved. But to a child, it's an innocent, natural thing. So my mum had to stop me from telling the police what had actually happened. It was too bizarre now. Sadly, I never spoke to my parents about this. It's not the only thing that happened. I would have loved to have had those conversations with my parents as adults. Sadly, for me, that's not possible. So maybe for you and your children or your loved ones or someone you know that is gifted, rather than force them to be gifted or more gifted, but to be comfortable with themselves and understand what they're going through. And you don't need to understand it for them, so long as they can share with you what's going on. I never got to have those conversations, and, it was very bizarre experience, being able to see everything through a movie and being in two spots at the one time. I know nothing about astral travel. I've never explored it. I only probably between the last 5 to 8 years was able to piece, well, maybe that's what I did. I'm trying to find an expert to come on to have a chat with us to see how it happens, because it was a little innocent act of astral travel that came natural to me as a child, which I could never redo as an adult. Not that I've hugely tried, but to try and explain that to an adult and to have that conversation and to know how to handle it, it's not part of your everyday kind of parenting, and we don't really know how to do that. And sometimes I still don't know how to approach things that my children come to me with that, show hints of being gifted. So part of this series is basically looking at some things that we've done, as whether it be other hosts or myself or other professionals that come in, or even people that just want to come on the show and talk about it. If they were a child or they have a child, you're all welcome. We have the question series coming up as well, but it's really to gain awareness and insight, because even talking to Stephanie, and we'll have Vanessa coming in the new year, learning how it was for them opens up a plethora of opportunity, and it's just incredible. So please stay tuned and watch us through the Gifted Children series. That's my experience of astral travel. If you know anything about astral travel that can give us some insight, we would love that. But for now, we'll see you next week, and have a lovely new year. Bye, everyone.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello, live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I'm your host, John Capello. We're delighted to have you as a listener or someone watching us on Moonstruck TV or Enlightening TV. We're delighted to be here. This is our last show for 2023, and if you've stuck with us, we appreciate it. You can watch other episodes of our program on Moonstruck TV on YouTube. And soon, you'll be able to see me in another format on my YouTube channel. We have a meetup called Beyond Metaphysics. Now, anybody can join, and you can join if you'd like. Just go to meetup.com. It's all free, and we have different content there. And so we don't do calls. We don't have people calling in for readings or anything. But we do have other kinds of content. So we'd be delighted if you'd like to join us live for that. Or the next day, we're going to put it on our YouTube channel. So we're going to be developing that a little bit. So this is our last program for the year, and we're excited to start the new year. I hope everyone had a very good Christmas. I know I did. Lots of food. I've gained weight. But that's just the way it is for the holidays. And so now my New Year's resolution is to lose that weight I gained. And so I'm going to have to try to do that. So you're probably like me in that you always overindulge one way or another. So I thought that today I would just do a little bit of reflecting of the year that I've been here on the AskOneRadioNetwork.com. And I just wanted to tell you, when I first started out in January of this year, I was a little bit of a refugee. Our house had flooded, and we were living in a temporary home, a corporate house, which was a total disaster. It was just terrible. Everything you could imagine to go wrong went wrong, and they wanted to move us, but it's not easy to move once you get into a place and you just don't know what the next place is going to be. So I just told them, I said, I think I'm just going to have a little bit of vodka and endure it. So that's what I did. And of course, then I got COVID, and I did the programs through COVID, but it was not that easy. So it was difficult time, but we got through it, and so I have had a lot of topics on the program, and we have talked a little bit about my psychic journeys, psychic development classes, which we're going to be starting up here again, and then we're going to be doing our mediumship classes in 2024 as well. So we did that. We talked a lot about the different aspects of psychic ability, and so we're going to go to our caller here in just a moment, but if you would like to contact me for any reason, just contact me at john@johncapella.com. I'm sure we can work out some type of arrangement for you to get a reading. You can just go to my website to do that, though, if you like. And that's probably the easiest thing to do. So we have Amanda from, I believe, the United Kingdom calling in. Amanda, are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, it wasn't too bad, thank you.
Was it too bad? Okay, that's good. Did you have any figgy pudding or anything?
Yes, we did. We had some Christmas pudding, that was nice.
Well, good. I had too much of those sort of things. So Amanda, you too, okay. So, Amanda, is there anything going on in a relationship right now that you wanted to talk about, or is there another topic?
I think in relationships that's quite good for me at the moment. So okay. I don't know, anything generally really that could be picked up would be good.
Okay. Well, it looks like you are, you're kind of in reflective mode yourself. You're kind of thinking over things and trying to figure out what your next move is, what's going to happen in the new year. And it just feels like you're a rather methodical person. You're someone that doesn't like to make big decisions quickly. You're not an impulsive person. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So, but it does feel like you want to make some changes, and I don't see you necessarily changing your relationship, but I feel like you would like for it to be a little bit better, maybe some more communication in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that does.
So it just feels like it's something that you might need to do with your partner, and you might need to sort a few things out. And it looks like you're trying to sort your money out as well. You're trying to figure out, what you can live with and what you can discard. So that's probably what you're going to be doing here in the next week or so before this year ends and the next year starts. I do feel like you're going to have there's a breath of fresh air for the new year for you. I feel like you're ready for this year to end. Okay. Yeah. Now, have you had any problems like with a mother or mother-in-law this year?
Yes.
Okay. Because it seems to me that these are problems that you're going to kind of deflect or maybe not deal with those people anymore or deal less with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, I hate to say that because, they're family and it's something that, we all want our family. We want to be close to our family, but sometimes, it's that love-hate relationship that you have with them.
Yeah, definitely.
But it just seems like, I feel like you get along with most women, but there are some women that you just I don't know. It just seems like it's just like you scratch your head like, what did I say? What did I do here? So
yeah.
But in some ways, I think it's easier for you to get along with men. It just seems that you struggle a little bit with your relationships with some women. So, do you have any other questions? I hope I'm being on target for you.
Yeah, you are. No, that's really good. No, that's really, really good.
Well, good. Well, I feel like now I'm seeing. Do you have children, or do you want children, or grandchildren?
Yeah, I've got children.
You've got children, okay? Because it just seems like the children are. You're just kind of evaluating each child and saying, well, this is best for this one. This is best for that one. I mean, it's like I said, I just feel like we're kind of in a reflective mode today. And, we always do that as parents. We always want what's best for each individual child. And so you might be reevaluating or making some new plans for each one of them. But I think next year is going to be a busy year for you. It's going to be a topsy-turvy year, especially here in the United States. But I feel like for you, you're going to have some things kind of settled for you, okay? And I feel like it's I don't know. You just have nice energy, and I just feel like you're someone very trustworthy and someone that has a positive outlook on life, and I think that whatever comes your way, you're going to be able to handle it.
Oh, thank you. That's lovely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for calling today. I hope you had a Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a Happy New Year, okay?
Oh, and you too. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye. So before we go to our next caller, though, I want to tell you a little bit about next month. Now, next month, I've been thinking a lot about it, and I have a lot of traveling coming up. But I'm going to try to have several different psychics each week on the show, giving you their predictions. And I've already spoke to Joy Koff. She's our sponsor for the program, so naturally I'm going to make her first. And she said she'd do it, but I'm trying to confirm that with her. That'll be on January 2nd, so be sure to tune in. Joy's really good. I think you'll be impressed with her. She predicted COVID. She predicted the variants of COVID and everything. She really did a good job. And then I'm going to make myself last in January. I'm certain I'm going to do that. But I have some other people that I respect, and I want to see what they say. And I'm going to just go around the different areas that I travel and see if we can't get some good predictions from people. And so I hope you'll tune in and listen to what they have to say, because it's going to be fun. Okay. So we have several minutes left in the program, and so I'm going to go ahead and take our next caller. and I believe her name is Jean. Is that it? Jeannie in Manhattan. Okay. Hi, Jeannie. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. I hope you had
How
a
are
Merry
you?
Christmas. Fine. I'm doing well. Did you have a nice Christmas?
I did actually, thank you.
That's good. That's good. So, Jeannie, I don't know. It just feels like you're a little bit of a worrier. Do you worry a lot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you worry about everybody in your family? I'm just hoping everybody's going to be okay. And I feel like you worry about resources or money a lot too. Is that right?
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay. Well, do you have a question? Do you have a question about any of those today? It just seems like you. I don't know. I think everybody in the family comes to you for advice, and I feel like in a way you're always shaking your head like, how did you get into this problem? does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I've kind of been the go-to person all my life.
You were trying to figure out what's moving forward in your life. Is that what you said?
Oh no, I said I've been the go-to person all my life. Like everyone comes to me for everything.
You carry one. I'm still having a difficult time hearing you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Let me turn my volume up a little bit, so if I can get that a little bit louder for you. So everyone comes to her for everything. Okay, that's what you said. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's just you're good at it. It's your fault. Because it just seems like there's just a lot of wisdom around you, and it just seems that you are someone that is balanced, and that you have that wisdom that is like old soul energy. I can't tell you that that's going to change. You're just one of the matriarchs of your family, if not the matriarch of the family. And it's a very high position. And it's something that if you're concerned about, you might be talking to some other people to kind of groom them, or talk to them about how you come to your conclusions and stuff. Because I just feel like you need to be a little bit unburdened from all of everybody else's problems. Okay, you don't smoke, do you?
No.
I'm seeing someone smoking around you. Do you have a mother or grandmother who used to smoke?
My mom used to smoke. Yes.
Okay, is she in spirit?
Yes.
Okay. Was she a chain smoker?
Pretty much. She smoked a lot. I don't know if it was like chain smoker, but she did smoke like probably a pack a day or something.
Well, that's a chain smoker. I think so.
Oh, okay.
Because she was also a worrier, just like her coffee and her cigarettes, I think. So it just seems like she was somebody that I don't think you messed around with your mom. She was kind of a tough lady. And but I feel like in some ways you had to rescue her sometime too. Did you? Especially maybe near the end of her life. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because mother in her younger years might have gotten herself into a little bit of trouble with some of the things she said. She might have needed a little bit of a filter, which you have. You have a filter because you have seen what it does when you are not careful about some of the things that you say. And but mother also was a fighter too, and so you had to learn how to be a referee in your life, and that's why you're such a good person to come to with problems. What's your phone number? That's okay. But that's neither here nor there. But I'm just saying that this is something that I think that you have to kind of help people learn how to solve their own problems, because they are certainly capable of it. And I think that, you're the type of person that like I say, you might scratch your head, like, how in the world did they get themselves in that mess? You know, but they just need to learn on their own to step aside or not get involved with the wrong people. Now, do you have one person who's involved with drugs right now that you're worried about?
Yes, one in particular, yes.
Well, that's always difficult when someone is insistent upon being on drugs or using drugs, because if they want to hurt themselves, it's very difficult to stop someone from hurting themselves. You can't spend all of your time, being a shepherd for someone that doesn't want to listen. So all that you can do is let them know what the consequences are, and unfortunately, if they don't heed your warning, they have to realize that those consequences can be very dire, and there's just nothing you can do about it. There's only so much we can do when someone will not listen. So that's a burden that once you have told them and explained to them the consequences, then you're going to have to learn to let it go. And because unfortunately, you can't stop people from hurting themselves if that's what they choose to do. So I hope that's some help to you, Jeannie. Good luck to you, and I hope you have a happy New Year. But you might have to learn to detach a little bit from some of these issues that other people have. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. So that's my words of wisdom today. Sometimes we have to detach from people when they will not listen to us, and they can't see the benefit of changing behavior which is not appropriate for them. And it causes me a great deal of concern for our country, because I see us going into a lot of difficult times that are really unnecessary. There's outrage where there may not need to be outrage, and there's no outrage when there should be. So, this is not an opinion show, it's a psychic show, but it doesn't feel right to me that we let so many things go by us and don't have the outrage that we should. And I guess that's my opinion, because certainly there are a lot of other people that don't share that opinion. We've talked a little bit about the Chinese balloon that went over the United States, and there was some outrage, but I don't see out-and-out outrage, and I don't see out-and-out outrage about the border or inflation, or I don't see it. I see outrage on silly things, and so we see these trends that are happening during this year, and so we're wondering next year, when decisions have to be made, if things are going to be worse or better. So as I'm trying to meditate and trying to make good decisions about what I feel is going to happen, it's difficult, because it's a real rub. It's a rub for me to figure out where my heart is and where my psychic ability is, and different things like that, because I can't. It's hard for me to get the two to come together, So I see so much greed and so much. Well, if I say this will help me, and I don't care what other people think. And so if we don't care what happens to other people, and only what happens to us, that just seems to be a short-term remedy, and we have to start thinking a little bit longer term. So we were talking about reflections of our 2023, and that's what you're going to be seeing a lot on the televisions and on the shows in the future, and a lot of these prognosticators are going to say, well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do, and And I thought I know how to use it, but sometimes some of the things that you get with your psychic ability don't pan out to be correct, and so you have to realize that when we're looking at the future, it's not the future, it's only a future, and there's a lot of things that can change. And I was looking at some of the predictions I had made in 2020, and I just scratched my head. I said, "How could I have said that?" And but at the time, that's what came to me, and so that's what I said. But lots of forces didn't want those things to happen, and so they didn't. So this year, I know when I make predictions, I'm going to be a lot more careful, and I'm going to do the best that I can to make sure that those predictions are as methodical as I can make them. But I'm not done yet, and I want to hear what some other psychics have to say before I feel like anything's solid for me. And I look at the astrology of the United States, and I look at the astrology of some of these candidates, and I always look at Saturn. So that's my favorite planet, and it's the planet of loss. So it's also the planet of restructuring, and so we have to respect that planet. So, but the other planets have a say in it as well, and I'm going to look at those as well, and especially the personal planets. Planets like Jupiter. Jupiter, I think, is going to play a big role this year or next year, next week, and so we'll just have to see what happens there as well. So I don't want to focus too much on what's going to happen next year on the global scale or on the national scale just yet, but. I am making my own plans. I'm making plans to do a lot of traveling next year. I'm going to be following my circuit of around Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, and I'm going to be pounding that pavement, so to speak. So if you're in the Texas area and you can come by one of the psychic fairs that I'm going to be at, I hope you'll come by, because I've found these new fairs in Fort Worth and Tyler and in Southlake, Texas, and I'm doing quite well there with those fairs, and I'm delighted that people are coming to see me, and it's been a lot of fun this year. But those are new. They were new in 2023. In 2024, it'll be time to develop those markets a little bit more. And of course, I'm always looking for new markets as well, and so I'd like to maybe expand, maybe even beyond Texas at times when the conditions are right. We have a lot of friends, or I have a lot of friends up in Missouri, in the St. Louis area, and in Chicago. And I'd like to maybe one of these days go up there and do spirit galleries or show some of my work up there. Those conditions haven't been right just yet, so I'm going to expand my work as it develops, and so it just takes some time. And also, I want to tell you that there's a few days left to sign up for my Psychic VIP program. So if you think that you're going to want more than one reading during the year, or you want to be able to give your code to other people for discounts on psychic readings, then sign up for the Psychic VIP program. It's not expensive. I have to charge something, but it's a good way to save a lot of money if you think you're going to want multiple readings in 1 year. Now, I've also wanted to tell you that my gift certificates this year have been a huge success, and I'm really pleased about that. And so it's the first year I've really offered them on my website, and so I'm delighted that so many people have decided to buy gift certificates this year. So that's also been good. And I want to tell you thank you for if you purchased one of my books during 2023. I won 6 awards this year, whether national, international awards, and so I'm real pleased about that. And my even my little Western has won an award for being a finalist in one of the best books of the United States for 2023. So I hope to be able to create some more books, probably not in 2024, but in 2025, I should have some other books out. And I hope that you'll buy some of the current books I have, and then maybe some of the new ones that I hope to have in 2025. So, this is a time, like I said in the very beginning, that time of reflection. But it's also a time to make some new plans, to think ahead. Think of where you want to be this time next year, and maybe in 5 years, and then maybe in 10 years. And then this is a time to set some goals and, make those New Year's resolutions. I know we all want to lose weight. We all want to look better. And this is all I got, but I make the best of it. So we hope that you have a happy new year. And as we close our show for the year and for today, I want to thank you for joining me once again. It's always a pleasure to be on the Psychic Radio Network, and I hope that you'll join me next year. I want to thank our sponsors, Miracles of Joy, for being with me for so long. I look forward to having them as a sponsor next year if they'll stick with me. And just go to miraclesofjoy.net and use their promo code 0223, PS 0223, and get a 25% discount. They're opening a new store too in Bedford, Texas. So with that, I want to say once again, thank you. Thank everyone at the Psychic Radio Network for not throwing me off. And I look forward to seeing you and being with you next week here on the Psychic Radio Network. On the psychic side, this is where we try to dispel the skeptics. And so I'm glad that you can watch me give readings and watch the validation that people give to me when I give those readings. You can do it too, and I can teach you how. So with that, once again, thanks a lot. You have a great week, and I'll be here next Tuesday for the psychic side. So long. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee John. Renee John, live from
on FullCircleWellnessU.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Full Circle Wellness U on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, y'all. How are you doing? Welcome to my show. We are back once more. It's Reset Wednesday. And for Reset Wednesday, we always like to, take a moment, reflect on what we've been doing this week. And if we'd like to, we can reset that. We can shift anything that hasn't been quite what we wanted it to be. Or, hey, maybe it's been a great week and you want to boost it up more. And how we do that is the way I like to do that anyways, is to take your time and take a nice breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. That's it. And continue to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. This is a nice little reminder that, nothing that's happened really has to be concrete and stone. Sometimes the worst things that happen to us, actually, when we look back on them later, turn out, that there was a great blessing in that or a great lesson in that. And I love to remember that, because a lot of times, we're having a really rough time and we think this is it. And what I tell myself, where there is tomorrow, the sun's going to come up again and we're going to have a whole nother day and a whole nother time to, make some new choices, some new changes, some new decisions. And whatever's happened back there, it's always to me on the left, whatever's happened back there is back there. And I can forgive myself, reset my day, reset my moment, and move forward and move over here into the bright new present. Let's be in the present, and also thinking and desiring and dreaming about the future. But the place where we want to stay really is in the present, because, the point of power is in the present. This is the power point, and it's now, right now. And this is really all we have control over. We can't change what's happened in the past, and we really are we're manifesting the future, and we're, imagining and seeing and dreaming and desiring all the beauty that's coming. But at the same time, there's a lot of play there. I like to say, we pray for God's will be done, the universe's will to be done, and to bring us what we need at our highest and greatest, and go ahead and see it that way. But at the greatest is to stay here in the moment and to be able to get back to your breath, connect into this space. And the other thing I really like to do, and I've been practicing this more and more, is turning off electronics, turning off everything, stepping outside the room from people, walking out in the garden, walking out in the woods, even if it's freezing cold, bundling up, getting out in the snow, whatever you got to do just to get to that place of quiet. Because when you're in that quiet place, that's where you develop your gifts. That's where your guides come in and your spirit teachers come in, the angels come, and you get to make connections on a level like you can't when you're in chaos. All this electronic beeping and whirling and twirling and people gabbing and talking and all the fear mongering and, all that drama. It's just not where you need to be centered. And when you're centered, that's where you connect. And I do teach that. I love to teach people how to connect with their inner self and their higher self, their guides, their angels, and to not only connect with them, but to develop their spiritual gifts. More and more people are contacting me and telling me they're developing these incredible gifts. And it's really interesting, because the newest thing that's happening for me is when I'm talking to people, I'm getting smells. Tonight in the car, coming back from Chattanooga, Tennessee, I was talking to my husband and I said, "Do you smell bleach?" And he said, "No, but I was thinking about bleach." And I said, "Really?" And we were out in the middle of nowhere in the dark coming home and nothing in the car or anything. And he says, "Yeah, I was thinking that if, I could put on a hazmat suit and grab some bleach, I could go over and visit Victor. That's our son who's been sick." And I laughed and I said, "Well, that's strange." Last week, twice, two different people, I was talking to them on the phone, and one of them I knew exactly what they were cooking, and the other one was just astounded that I even knew she was in her kitchen. And it's just really interesting, because the way I knew, I could smell it. And this is a whole nother side of my gifts. When I communicate and I find lost animals or lost people, oftentimes I get taste, and that's hard to maybe explain in this quick show, but looking for a lost wolf dog at one time, I tasted raw rotten shrimp. And no, I've never ate raw rotten shrimp. I've tried not to my whole life, but I did. And I was able to lead them to a busted bait bucket with raw rotten shrimp in it. And the animal was very close to there, and they reunited with them, I think, in about 45 minutes. And I was in Tennessee and they were in Florida, by the way. So that was something that I developed many years ago. But this thing with this scent has just been blowing my mind this last few weeks. So, if you're starting to develop new skills, new gifts, go with it, write it down, ask about it, ask your guides, pray on it, meditate on it, whatever your faith is, however you connect. And, just believe in it, just believe in it. And, oftentimes I'll write things down, seal them up in an envelope and set them aside. And then years later, when I open those up and it's got the date on it and everything, it's like, it reminds me, it's confirmation that I am a spirit being connected to spirit. And that I'm not just this little human Renee walking around in this skin, doing the stuff that I've done in my life. So, it's pretty cool. So just remember to always reset, not get hung up on anything in the moment, and to know that, there's so much more, guys. There's just so much more than what we're seeing right here in front of our face. This is just a little glimpse of what's happening. Sometimes I feel like we really are living in a dream state, because there's so much more that's so much more real and beautiful than what is happening in my physical world. The other thing I'd like to say tonight is, or to share tonight, is my health update. So many of you know, and you've been walking through this with me, I got my lemon water buddies out there, to drink our lemon water every day. And you do half your body weight in ounces and add lemon juice. And I mean like a whole lemon or 2 lemons, whatever you need for your body weight, your body size, to your water. And you add about lemon to about half of that water. And you'll be amazed. It cleans out your sinuses. It cleans out your organs. It cleans out everything. It'll help you slim down, trim up. It's amazing. It's truly a quick, healthy, amazing process to get you where you want to be. So that's one little tip. However, through this, if you know, maybe you don't, but as an infant, I had lead poisoning. And throughout my whole life, I've had these mysterious symptoms and illnesses. And going to numerous doctors, spending $40,000, $50,000 in my lifetime in cash, not including insurance. I've really never got a concrete diagnosis until I started doing hair analysis, deeper blood analysis, stool samples, saliva test, urine test, and not just your typical medical ones, but going much deeper. And, for years they thought I had Lyme disease, but then the test wouldn't show it. And they said, well, you're not testing at the right time. And it's like, yeah, whatever. And it's very frustrating, because at times you really feel like you're dying and they can't find anything. And you get accused of pretending, making things up. I've heard it all. But in your soul if you're putting on, or if something's really wrong. And I knew something was really wrong. A few times as a child, maybe I did fake to get out of something. But 99% of the time, I was genuine and I was really ill, and I couldn't get people to understand and hear me. The lead poisoning, obviously, doctors, told me I ate paint off my crib when I was a baby. So I had lead poisoning, no doubt. But all the other weird symptoms that came up with it, and all the misdiagnosis. So when I got my hair analysis done the first time about 8 years ago, and then 3 years ago, and then this time, I think it was 3 months ago now, and I'll do it again in another 3 months, my mercury levels were off the charts, aluminum, because, metals attract metals. My calcium was off the charts. People at my age, I should have osteoporosis. Well, if calcium's the way not to have it, trust me, I couldn't have it, because it was off the charts, and too much calcium's not a good thing. So in this last 3 weeks, I've learned I have kidney stones. So I've been going through the process of passing these kidney stones. And let me tell you, not a fun process at all. But it's been really interesting, because instead of doing the medical route, being a certified herbalist, I always go the herbal route if I can. So I went and had the test, saw the CAT scan, saw the stone, saw some other things as well that I'm working on. And I decided to go the herbal route first. So I started on these herbs, different types of herbs, and I have been slowly seeing, because they make you, pee through a screen so you can collect whatever comes out, and I'm seeing results. And since it was a 5 millimeter stone, which they consider pretty large, these are just little tiny pieces coming through. And is it comfortable? No, no, it's not. But is it the worst thing ever? No, I've had much worse pain than this, but it's the original pain to be diagnosed with a kidney stone was some of the worst pain I've ever experienced. It was kind of like being stabbed with a knife in your side and your back. And it was scary because I'd never experienced that before. So it took being diagnosed, going and getting the test, and that was wonderful. And they treated me fantastic. And then these herbs are doing the trick. So I'm slowly passing these little pieces just to let you guys know. And the way I see it is I'm passing these pieces, I'm just getting stronger and healthier. I tend to go that route most of the time. Every once in a while I start feeling sorry for myself and crying and whining and all that stuff that we do when we're just fed up and frustrated. But most of the time I tell myself, even if I get cold symptoms, that I'm healing, I'm detoxing, I'm processing, my body's clearing out, it's getting stronger. And that helps me get over these hurdles, get over the aggravation, the fear, and the fear is the main thing. When I got to the hospital, I didn't know what was happening with me. I was in so much pain. The minute they showed me on the CAT scan, the stone and the fibroid that's in my uterus as well, the fear just was like cut in half, maybe even less than that. It just was like, okay, now I have my answer. So I know what this is. I know how to deal with it. And I immediately started on all these herbs, and it's happening. So I went to the doctor today, got some work done on me, the chiropractor actually, and started passing more pieces. So I'm on the right track. So guys, if you're dealing with this, you're going through this with me, I love you and I feel for you. Contact me, let me know how you're doing, how this is working for you. And if you need advice on what herbs to take or what process to use, please, contact me. I've got my contact information hanging up here. It's fullcirclewellnessu@gmail.com, 239, not 2592 if you're local, 931-239-2592 for everyone else, 931-239-2592. And my name's Renee, fullcirclewellnessu, YOU@gmail.com. And you can just email me there. Facebook has been not recommending my pages. They've been blocking me. And YouTube has been really giving me a hard time as well. I guess they don't like some of the things I talk about, and whatever. It is what it is. I'm getting my website set up better, and things are rolling in that direction. But for now, you can contact me at fullcirclewellnessu@gmail.com, or you can call me 931-239-2592. I teach everything that I live. I walk my talk. I do my best to walk my talk. I teach mind, body, spirit. So I teach people how to connect within, come out of the spiritual closet, how to connect with their guides. I teach people how to get out of your head, get into your heart, get into your center. I teach Reiki, hypnosis, past life regression, and herbology. So if you want to jump in one of the classes, or if you'd like to join in one of the courses, whatever you want to do, we can talk about it. Just hit me up, email me, call me, and we'll go through that. The other topic tonight that's really pressing on my mind is all these sicknesses that are going around. In our local area here in Tennessee, schools are closed now for Christmas, but they've been closing because of respiratory viruses, strep throat, flus, whatever. And as I'm talking to people across the world, I'm hearing that this respiratory viruses that are affecting babies and small children, the elderly, and the flus that are going around, the different influenzas, colds, viruses, all these different things. And what I know from my own journey and from working with many, many people over the years and working with myself is there are plants growing in most everyone's yard that treat everything I'm talking about. They're in your kitchen. If you cook and you got spices, I can teach you which herbs and spices you can use to make teas or tinctures or to encapsulate them. This is not a this is not something that we need to be afraid of. This is something we all need to learn because, there perhaps could come a time that we can't get to a pharmacy or a doctor, and it's really good to have your own skill set. And, one of the simple things that I do is oregano, and you can put oregano in a cup and pour boiling water on it, strain it and drink it, and it will attack any kind of virus that's attacking your body. And, I'm sure there's people out there going, yeah, right. Well, yeah, right. There really is. I mean, this is phenomenal. God has given us plants on this earth that, a lot of the medications that people are taking come from those plants. And do the herbs work as fast? Sometimes, maybe not as fast, but they do, but they don't show it. Like, you start taking antibiotics in 24 hours, you're going to start noticing a difference. The herbs, same thing, but you're not going to get that kick as fast, but you're going to get the healing. You're not just going to get a treatment, and it's not going to destroy your gut. It's not going to destroy your microbiotica in your gut and your intestines. It's not going to destroy your immune system. It's not going to cause a yeast infection. It's not going to cause all these things that antibiotics do. And antibiotics just strip your body. I hate to say it, but it like rapes your system. It just destroys your system. And for me, I've suffered enough. So I really don't want to put anything in me that I have to get out of me later or treat later. So again, always go to the herbs, go to the live food. If you want to be electric, you eat electric. If you want to die, eat dead. Just eat dead stuff and keep doing it. And before long, you'll start getting symptoms, and ultimately you probably will develop conditions that will take you out of this world, but you will suffer first. If you want to be healthy and strong and powerful and connected and, be able to take care of yourself in the future and be as attractive as you can be and take care of yourself and your skin and your hair and your vision and everything, you want to eat electric. You want to eat those beautiful, bright fruits. You want to eat beautiful vegetables. You want to eat those herbs and spices. You want to learn how to use those herbs and spices. And it's a process. It's a lot of education, a lot of knowledge that needs to be retained. And I have a beautiful course for that. And it's doable. It's so, children seem to really love to learn about plants. And I encourage every one of you, if you have small children up to grown children, to encourage them to contact me, and you contact me, and y'all can learn as a family together. It's beautiful. We have printouts, we've got videos, we've got recordings, voice recordings. They'll take you through it step by step, day by day, and you get live phone calls with me, Zoom calls, or however you want to connect. So that you actually, get to work one-on-one. I'm a one-on-one kind of person, and I like to feel energy, and I love to do that by looking at other people and connecting with them. It's very important. So, if we aren't sick and we don't want to get sick, we do what we call preventive herbalism, preventive medicine. And you can start just by drinking lemon water. Again, good old lemon water. How hard is this, right? Juice of a whole lemon or 2 lemons and 40 ounces of water, and then plenty of water after that. If you drink caffeine, I recommend you cut back on it. But if you do, increase your water, because as fast as you drink a glass of water, you drink a cup of coffee or a soda or a glass of tea, you're going to be peeing out the water. So you got to keep hydrated. And you can tell by just pinching the skin on your hand, back of your hand, if your skin stays up, you're dehydrated. If your skin goes right back down and it's pliable and smooth, you're probably hydrated enough. So, these are very simple little tricks to learn to get you to a place of balance where you can resist illness as it's coming in. You're out there in the world, you're working, you're around children, you're around kids in school, you're around people who have taken that jab or other jabs, because those jabs are a big deal, And if you are, and you're around these people and they're shedding these products that are contaminating and they're contagious and they're hurting you or other people, then you need to it's like putting on armor almost. You want to make sure that your body's strong and your system's strong. Keep your mind right. Again, breathing in and out, taking that time to do that breath work. Meditation is just a word that scares people. All meditation is sitting still, closing your eyes. If you're doing a closed eyes meditation, you can also meditate and walk, but to allow whatever's coming in to just come in. You know, gurus that have been meditating for 20, 30 years, and they do it for hours and hours and hours, that's a very select group of people. That's a very small percentage of people. You know, I can meditate for about an hour and 15 minutes, and for about 20 of that first part of that minutes, my mind's just, everything's coming in, you know, all my thoughts and my grocery list and everything. You know, I can't believe he said that to me. And blah, 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 monkey chatter, right? Your monkey mind goes crazy. But the more you sit there and you just allow it, and when you do, you just say, okay, thank you, and just let it roll on by. And before long, you'll find that place of what I call that power point, that focal point. For me, kind of looks like an X or a cross, and I see it in my mind's eye. And it came to me about 30 years ago, and I look for it in meditation. So as I'm sitting there, I've got my eyes closed, I imagine a spot in the distance, and as it comes closer, it's that power point, that cross, that X. And right in the center of it is what I focus on. And then when that chatter's happening, it's just happening. It's like being in a room and, you know, and you're just sitting there reading a book and everybody's talking around you. It doesn't matter. You know, they're whatever they're doing. It's the same thing in our heads. But meditation and this visualization is crucial to being connected, but it's also crucial to staying calm. The less stress you have on your body, the less often you're going to get sick. You're going to be able to be in balance, make choices, make healthy decisions, you know, make more money. Just everything is more powerful because you're in balance. You're not frazzled. You're not, you know, bouncing all over the place. And I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. For many years, I bounced all over the place. I used to say, you know, I got my ducks in a row, but my ducks have ADD and they're all over the place. And they were. And then I imagined my ducks all getting back in a row and their mama leading them, and they were all in a perfect little line. And I still see that, you know, and when my mind starts telling me that I'm scattered or not thinking straight, I'm like, just, okay, thank you for that reminder. And then I go back to my ducks are in a row. I see that cross. I see that point, that power point for me, and I can focus there. And this is with my eyes open or closed. So there's so many techniques that you can use, anchor points. There's just so many things that you can do. And once you start taking the time to tune in, you're going to start finding your own little ways of, you know, your own keywords, power words that bring you back to center, or, you know, the way to tune into your guides like that. Like, you know, you ask a question and before the question leaves your mind, you got your answer. And you know it's your answer. You feel it. You feel confident about it. And maybe you're looking to move, and we're moving. You know, when are we going? January 1st. Where are we going? Texas. You know, where are we going to live? Bam, bam, bam. It's just right there. You know, what am I supposed to do for a career? Counseling. Bam. You know, and it's not you. It's your higher self. It's your guides coming in. But when you're in center and in balance, they can really reach you and you can connect. So that's the mental side of it. The spiritual side is just not walking through this world alone. It's so important. I mean, you might have a huge family. You might belong to the biggest churches. You might be in school and, you know, be in a big rally, whatever. You know, you could be in a concert and still feel all alone. And as a person who's been there many years ago, especially as a child and a teenager, I know this really well. And you can have the greatest people around you and they love you and you love them. But there's just something that makes you feel separate, isolated, like either you're not good enough or maybe you think you're fine, but you just don't feel that connection. When you start tuning in, being alone, being quiet, turning off phones, getting isolated, some, not all the time, just some, you know, getting out in nature, getting your hands in the dirt, drawing, painting, whatever it does, whatever trips your trigger, you're going to start feeling that connection. And if you pray while you're doing it, or you talk and you ask questions and you do it from love and light, and always, if it doesn't feel right, just send it away. You don't have to play there. Stay out of the dark. But if it feels good and it feels right and it feels loving and gentle, then you want to connect with that. You'll never feel alone again. And it's wonderful to know no matter what's happening, no matter where you are, you're never alone. And when you have that, you got it all. You got it all. You know, people often ask me, you know, Renee, how do you carry on because I've been through all this health stuff and everything. And it's because I know I have a higher purpose because I've been shown. And when I get at my worst, and trust me, I do go there. And when I get there, whether I'm laying on the bathroom floor or laying in my bed with a cold towel, praying for the pain to stop or the next level of whatever I'm dealing with to get over, I know I'm not alone. And they come to me, and I have felt that. I've felt hands on my shoulders. I've felt this so strongly, and it keeps me going. It keeps me remembering my purpose. It reminds me to keep reaching out to you guys, to reach out to other people, to keep taking in clients, and just to keep loving, and be that person that I'm here. And then the physical side of that, eat electric. You got to eat right. Getting close to the end here. Wow, that was a quick show. That was a really quick show. I just want to wish you all the greatest blessings and the most beautiful wishes. I pray that you all have a great holiday. If you celebrate, Merry Christmas. If you do Christmas, that's fantastic. Just love yourself. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about the presents, the gifts. Worry about the presence, being present for your people, having presence within yourself. Allow yourself to love others, and just raise your vibration, And I can't wait to see y'all. I can't wait to see you next Wednesday. Wow, it's going to go by so fast. And, y'all have a fantastic week. Don't forget to reset. You can do it anytime, any day, anywhere. Keep looking up. Remember, you're not alone. Remember, I love you. I do. And write me at Full Circle Wellness, YOU, Full Circle Wellness, you @gmail.com, or call me 931-239-2592. Yes, you can text that number as well, 931-239-2592. And I'm here for you. And you guys, y'all have a beautiful, beautiful night. And just remember, it's a beautiful world out there. No matter what you see on the news or people are freaking out or whatever's going on, you got this. We got this. We are winning. It's all an illusion. It's, what's happening is happening. But in the ultimate, we win. We will win. Us light workers, there ain't nothing like us. And y'all can pull on our energy, lean on us until you get stronger. And when I need it, I'll lean on you too. So, teach people well, love people, and love yourself. Bye, guys. Good night.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow creatures of the universe, seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where it isn't as cold as it has been. Whew, boy, that was a bit of a cold snap we had. But it's our 11th anniversary with you on Ask One Radio. Just think about that. Just 11 years ago, I first came on, and I was just a respectable middle-aged man, and now I'm an old geezer. How do you like that? Time flies when you're having fun. It's been 11 years. Ooh, man, that's a long time. I mean, I had marriages that didn't last that long. But this one is going to be, this is going to last for a long, long time, because I've got my deck of cards here, and I'm just itching to go because I love reading tarot for people. It's one of the things I like doing is connecting with people. I missed a bunch of shows because of various illness things that hit. You know, let me tell you, you know what 2022 and 2021 and 2020 were like. Well, now we're going to be in 2023, and it won't be any different. You know what I mean. This is why I hear from people who are depressed now this time of year, and they tell me they're depressed because a terrible year is coming to an end, and they want it to be different, but they know it won't be. Well, of course, the calendar is meaningless in that sense. It's just that we turned the page on the calendar. I don't even have a calendar yet for 2023. I'm going to have to, maybe I'll go to a dry cleaner or a Chinese restaurant and pick up a calendar. But that's the way it goes. Nothing really changes in terms of the overall picture. The world, we're still the same people we always were. It's just that we have maybe different communications devices. This is relatively new, being able to do this, but we still have people. I mentioned the cold weather. There was a horrible storm, as you know, and many people they didn't make it out of this alive. But what gets me are the people who they complain. The Sadhguru is famous for saying that as things get better and better in life, people complain more and more. Well, why are people complaining about missing flights when the flights were canceled, or let's say postponed, because it would have been deadly to fly? Why, of all the things that can get you angry, why would you choose that? I remember the last time I went to an airport was 1997, and people there were angry. It was a 6-hour flight I was getting ready for to go to Los Angeles, which used to be a 6-month trip. I don't mean it by airplane. That would be really boring. I mean, they'd have to run Gone with the Wind every day, 4 times a day for 6 months. Forget it. The idea that it's become so convenient and so easy to do so many things now that when there's a speed bump, it irritates people. Or are many people looking just to be angry about something? Well, we just came out of an election. Elections nowadays are characterized by rage and anger. I'm not telling anybody what to do or not to do, but I'm just going to tell you, I don't participate in things that are populated by angry, enraged people. That's not my scene. I'm not into anger and rage. I'm into anger when there's a reason for it. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't even get me started about the people who say you shouldn't be angry. Don't be angry. You should be angry about things. Anger is a very healthy feeling that we have developed over the years. It lets us know that we're being treated badly. That's it. Anger is there to let you know that you're treated badly. To have anger all the time, it's not anger then, it's rage. And that's no good. That is no good. Rage is a terrible way to go. Rage will eat your insides out. Rage will take you to pieces. We've all seen folks who are perpetually angry. And it comes out in many different ways. And it's it's just a waste of effort. Now, that leads me to the discussion of fear. That's another one. People say you shouldn't be afraid. You shouldn't have fear. Now, that's ludicrous. Fear is the perfectly legitimate feeling that lets you know that you're in danger. And your body does things for you when you're in fear. It gives you a shot of adrenaline to make you extra alert. Your body puts more blood into your arms and legs so you can fight or flight, as they put it. Go into fight or flight. If you're fearless, you're just going to be a sucker for anything that comes along. But to live in constant fear is terror. And if you want to see an example of constant fear and terror, just look at the comment section in any major newspaper when they discuss COVID-19. There are people who are still adamantly afraid. They refuse to not be afraid. They're terrified and live in constant fear. That is more dangerous for you than any viral disease. This living in a state of constant fear, in a state of terror. And this is the way it goes. We live in a culture that advertises things, for the most part, based on fear. One of the most basic fears, I'm shuffling up the cards here, is that you're going to be left out and you're going to look ridiculous. And by doing that, they manage to get people to buy cars, new cars all the time. Let me tell you a story about that. When I was a kid, there was another kid there who boasted all the time that his father drove a Cadillac. This would have been in the late 60s. Yeah, my dad drives a Cadillac. And one day his father showed up in a Cadillac. And it was a 1950s Cadillac, and everybody laughed at the kid. And the kid was mortified. He was embarrassed. His father was driving a 12-year-old Cadillac that looked so out of date. It was just ridiculous. And he was humiliated. Now, if he had held on to that Cadillac for about another 15 years, it would have been a collector's item. And he would have been going down the street and people would say, look at that guy in that Cadillac. Wow, that's class. He's got one of the old Cadillacs, one of those good-looking ones. It's all about perspective. I write about this in the introductions to the book Unmasking Fear, this is a book I do promote relentlessly because we live in a fear-based world. And this is really, that's more frightening than the thing we're supposed to be afraid of. The idea that there's always some enemy out there we should be terrified of. The idea that there's somebody who's trying to do us in all the time. The idea that when the United States lost the Soviet Union as its enemy, the government, and they make no bones about this, they've said this, we had to find a common enemy. We had to find a new enemy. We needed a new enemy so that we could be united as a people. That's a horrible way to be united. Living in fear. Well, they've got the fear they wanted among a lot of people. The political ramifications of this, forget about. You know that fear is one of the biggest things that gets sold in elections. So this is why I mentioned that book, Unmasking Fear, which you can find at mojoacademy.org. It's a book from 1919. I've actually had this book reprinted. I wrote 2 introductions to it, not in 1919, I might add, quite recently. And I'm always happy when that book sells because it explains in a day before television and before radio even, and a time when there were long-distance phone calls were difficult to make. Nobody even refers to long-distance phone calls now as long-distance phone calls. They just refer to them as phone calls. These things were difficult. You know how it used to be done? You can see this sometimes in old movies. If you're in New York and you wanted to call somebody in Chicago, they had to make a phone call to the next city over, and the operator there would then make the phone call to the next city over, and the next over, and the next. And they would just patch this thing through until they finally got someone in Chicago. And that's why you would dial 411. No, that's information, 311, I believe it was, to do a long-distance call so that they could prepare you for it. It would take about an hour and a half to get your call through. Things have speeded up, but they haven't improved, is the way I look at it. Nevertheless, Fear travels at the speed of terror. That's the perfect example of how it's used politically is the wonderful movie of the classic Broadway musical, The Music Man, where a guy goes into a perfectly content little small town and he whips them into a frenzy over the evils that are going to come hit them because there's a pool table in the community. Because they never had a pool table before. So it's something new, and it's something to be afraid of. And because of that, he whips up the fear, and he manages to sell them the remedy. You see, this is one of the things that certain crooked people who play with tarot cards do. Oh, my God, look at those cards. Somebody put a curse on you. I can fix that. I can remove it. It'll be $20,000. And people pay that. They believe it. That kind of thing is very bad news, and please don't even joke about it. I've been reading tarot cards for so many years, and I think only 2 times have I seen concrete readings in my cards that somebody had a curse on them, and in that case, I showed them what to do about it, and I didn't charge for that. You don't charge for things like that. That'd be like the fire department charging to put your house out, if it's on fire, out. Be worse yet if they started the fire. Be even worse yet if there was no fire and they told you there was and they convinced you there was and then they charged you to put it out. So keep that in mind because we're coming out, we're now out of the midterm elections here and we're into the presidential election of 2024. It's non-stop election season in America. That's the sport now, because politics has become a blood sport, and there are whole TV channels dedicated to this. And it's all there just to keep us scared. And when you're scared, like I said, your body goes into fight or flight, which means that the blood goes into your legs and your arms, because that's what you need when you want to run and you want to hit. Where does that blood come from? Your brain. That's why you don't think well when you're in fear. That's why it is to the advantage of people who want to control us to keep us in fear. And I've been here for 11 years, and if I have one message, it's that life is not scary. It's bloody beautiful, man. I love life. I'll miss it when the time comes. Oh, man. In fact, I may come back and do it again. This time I'll come back in the past. I'll come back further. But, I don't understand the idea that you're always reincarnated into the future because time is not linear. History is linear. Time is not linear. I would love to be reincarnated in the past. And maybe that's happened before. Maybe that's why Leonardo da Vinci invented the parachute at a time when there was absolutely no need for the parachute. Why would he do that? Maybe he remembered. Anyway, there you go. That's it. That's by way of saying it's our 11th anniversary together, you and me and the Ask One Radio system and the Ask One Radio audience, and I love it. It was a game changer in my life, and I hate missing shows, but sometimes, this year I had to, because, you don't want a guy screaming in agony doing a show. But I do have a nice supply of perfectly legal painkillers that help me go to sleep when pain is an issue, and it happens now and then. But enough about me. We're here to discuss you, and my throat is getting clogged up again. My main message to everybody is don't be afraid of everything. Fear is important. I will never say don't ever be afraid. Just don't go through life scared and terrified, because there's a difference between terror and fear. And terror is like rage. Anger will help you. Fear is your friend. But not if you live in it full time, man. So the book is called Unmasking Fear, and you can find that at mojoacademy.org. It'll ship right out to you, and you'll get it. A very nice little book to read, and all the better because it's got 2 introductions by me. So with that said, let's get back to the tarot readings for the week. And we'll round out year 11, which began on the 10th anniversary last year. And we'll ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space. pull back the curtain on the magical window, and our first caller is Penny in Stevensville, Pennsylvania. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Are you there? Penny in Stevensville, Pennsylvania. You with me? Sounds like I got patched into a football game. No, Penny? Okay, well, let's just shuffle up the cards just to make sure that they're all shuffled up while we deal with the technical difficulties. It's funny because I didn't know 11 years ago tonight when I did the first show, I didn't know if this would even work. I didn't know that I would be able to read cards for people like through satellites like this and all that. Hi, Penny, you're back.
Yep.
Great. How are you doing tonight, Penny?
I'm good.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you tonight?
Anything. We're waiting for a couple car settlements. Hoping to move, hoping to buy a house. Anything better than it's got to get better.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing here, because the first card I have is the Nine of Swords. You got a lot of sorrows and troubles, correct?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, the next card is the Three of Rods, and that's about working with other people to wait for results to come in. So you're doing what you can and you're waiting for that to bear fruit. But we know that because of what you just said. But that's good that the card is here. It's showing that. The next card is the important one, because you went from the Three of Rods to the Four of Rods, and that's a card of happiness and a happy home and having what you need. So it looks like there'll be a positive outcome in your cases.
Okay.
So that's a short and sweet reading. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, anything that you see, I don't. How about a move?
A move?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's shuffle them up. The best thing is, though, that the card representing all the various sorrows, it moves from a very a sad state to a happy one. So that's good. I'm getting conflicting messages in these cards. I'm not seeing a move. I'm actually seeing also that you're feeling very stuck. That's the Eight of Swords. It's a person who feels stuck where they are. But all the other cards are happy. So that's telling me that there may be a way into happiness that you don't see yet. Because the Six of Rods is here. That's a card of great success. I'm assuming that relates to the stuff that you're working on now that you're waiting to come through. And the Nine of Cups.
I've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, well, these things take a lot of time. The Nine of Cups and the Sun are cards of happiness and joy and growth and health, and I don't see anything moving. I just see that you're pretty much overwhelmed now by feeling stuck, but that there is happiness coming down the road at you.
Well, hopefully once the money comes, we can buy a house. That's what we want.
Well, yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at that. Let me just put this back here and shuffle them up and see what we get. I suspect that the cards will be good. Because whatever I have here is showing you moving from, well, there you go. The Ten of Cups is here. It's perfected happiness. And by the way, that other card, the Four of Rods that I got, means a happy home. Yeah. So it does look like that's, as they say, that's where the saying comes from, by the way, that it's in the cards. It looks good for that, because the Ten of Cups is perfected happiness and joy. So I think you're going to come out of this okay. All right?
Yep.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. After the show tonight, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Okay. All right.
Bye-bye now. Thanks for calling. And we're all shuffled up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we have been getting together for 11 years now on Wednesday nights. Sandra in Spring, Texas is next. Hi, Sandra. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I guess I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah, good. As long as you can laugh, that's good too, right?
Yes.
So what can we look at, Sandra?
Who are we? Okay. My career job-wise, because it's like I'm all over the place, and I guess I just want to know the direction that it's heading in. It's like right now, it's like my brain is just, my thought process, everything from my personal life on to my job life to everything, so it's just going in circles.
Well, our first card I have here is, and I haven't picked any out yet after this one because I want to discuss this one. It's the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is a card of taking some time out and taking care of yourself and letting things just percolate and see what happens. It sounds like you're about due for some time off and relaxation and letting things sort themselves out, if you will. That's followed by the Tower. The Tower struck by lightning is an interesting card. It means that change is coming your way, and it will come suddenly, and it will upend everything. That is not necessarily good or bad. It can go either way, but the next card is very good, so it will be a good one for you. And then I'll read you like a storyline based on this, because the next is the Ace of Cups. And the cups are about happiness and emotion and feeling. And the aces are new beginnings, and the beginnings of that. And then I have the 10 of Swords. I'm so happy to see that. It's one of the ugliest cards you'll ever see, but it means the worst is over. The funny thing is here, the 4 of Swords, which you got at the beginning, and the 10 of Swords at the end here, both people who are not familiar with these cards, they assume that means death, because it looks like it, but it doesn't mean that at all. The 4 of Swords is just lying down and taking time out. The 10 of Swords shows a person, you'll love this, lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. But it isn't death. It just means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up, and you're going to keep going. But that's good, because it means the worst is over. That's the best part of it. And it's not going to be too terrible at all. It's going to be difficult. All change is difficult, but it's going to be change that you want. It's going to be good change, and it's going to lead to a good awakening of happiness and joy in your life. That's what the Ace of Cups is. And it's going to come suddenly when you don't expect it. I also see new work coming your way. Are you looking to change your work?
Yes. Oh, definitely, yes.
Okay, well, that's here. That's the Ace of Rods. You have the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Rods. Aces are about beginnings. So things are going to be, new things are going to be happening to you emotionally, which is good, and new things are coming your way in terms of career and work. So this is going to be it'll be a very exciting year for you.
Okay.
I think you'll do very well with that. But the cards told me that there's a new job in your future, new career work coming your way, new opportunities. And that's why I asked you if you're looking to change. And it sounds like you really are. So if you're looking hard enough, you'll get it. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm looking very, very hard.
Yep. So that's good news. Okay. Thanks for calling.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you.
Oh, my pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see what we have here now. It's a funny thing about these aces, because I have been getting aces for people since the end of 2019. And you can go back to the archives at AskOneRadio.com if you're masochistic enough. There's like 350 shows of mine there under Reverend Elliot's Magical Window at the AskOneRadio.com archive. And at the end of 2019, I started getting these cards, aces, for so many people. New beginnings, new beginnings. Something's coming, I said. I don't know what it is, but something is coming. And it's going to lead to new things happening for people. Well, of course, by March of 2020, we knew what that was, because everything got shut down and changed, and we're still dealing with all that. But yes, there were new opportunities for a lot of people, and old doors closed, new doors open. I don't have to explain to you what happened. You know that. You were there. You lived through it too. But that explains why the cards did that. And it's interesting now as we approach 2023 to see aces popping up again and again, because we're still in a period of new beginnings for people. And that's good, because life is what you make it. Connie in Hutchinson, Minnesota is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Connie?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Well, what can I look at for you? Let's see if we can make good better. How's that?
Yeah, can you just kind of look at like the next 6 months and see what's going to happen for me?
Sure. Oh, we see, now here we go. This is what I was just talking about, aces. And here they are. I drew 6 cards because you asked about 6 months. Very clever of me, right? But the first card I have is the Chariot, and that is about a person who's holding things together. You know, the working hard to keep things on track. The Temperance card here, though, it's very interesting because they go hand in hand, those 2 cards. That's about balance and maintaining balance, because when you're dealing with conflicting forces, it's very hard to stay balanced, and the Chariot card is difficult. But the Temperance card shows me that you're going to succeed in that. You are balancing things out very well. The next 2 cards are aces, which tell me that there's a period of new beginnings coming your way. There's the Ace of Swords, which means that you are starting to see the world in a different way. Swords are mental activity. They can mean conflict. It all depends on the cards around them. But it's, on the whole, it's mental activity. You're coming into a period in your life where you're seeing things differently, where you see the world in a new way. The Ace of Rods is the beginning in work and career, that there's something new coming your way in terms of what you're going to be doing for a living, what you're going to be doing for a hobby, let's say, the meaning of your life, to get very vague about it. But it's the rods are what you do. It's about your work. And there's going to be new opportunities that way. And it's probably because you're going to be seeing the world in a different way. You're going to be very strong with that. The King of Cups is here. You're going to be the master of the emotions that you have. You're not going to be beaten around by people who put you into an overly emotional state. You're controlling your emotions very well. You're a very intelligent person, and you're maybe a bit more intellectual than emotional, but that isn't bad necessarily. That's just the way people are. Some of us, I'm in that group myself. The 10 of Cups is here. That is the final card I have, and that is perfected happiness and joy and all kinds of good things. So it's telling me that this 6 months is going to be a period of change for you, both mentally and in terms of work, even financially, but in terms of doing what you do. But it's going to be good for you mentally and emotionally and work-wise, and you're going to come out of this period very happy. That's what I see in these cards.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
Nope, that'll do it.
Great. Well, I will light a candle, a white candle, to send positive energy your way, although I think you're doing a good job on your own of creating positive energy, but I'll give you that little extra boost. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. And you're going to have a wonderful 6 months. Bye-bye now. And now we've come to the halfway mark of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the first show of my 12th year, or the last show of my 11th year, or I never remember how that works. I had a friend when I was a kid, and way back in grade school, who always got in trouble with the teachers because he was Chinese. And there were 2 things that they didn't get about him, which is one, that what they thought was his last name was actually his given name, what we would call the first name. And the other was that he insisted he was about a year older than the record said he was, because you're like you're 9 months old the day you're born in the culture he grew up in. Oh man, that just used to just annoy teachers, no end, because they had the little book in front of them that said how old he was, and he said no, and then they would call him by the wrong name. They didn't know. I'll tell you something else about this. You got a moment? I'm going to tell you this. This is very funny, because this is going to play into a stereotype, but it's true. So what the heck, Being just about the only kid in PS 87 at the time who was Chinese, he got made fun of a lot and pushed around a lot and teased. And it never bothered him. He was a very skinny little kid, and he was very passive about all this. It just didn't do a thing for him. He didn't care, seemingly. Okay, fine. So you want to be a doormat, you want people to step on you, fine, A lot of us felt superior because we would fight back, But there's a famous grocery store here in the city called Fairway Market, which when I was a kid was just like a little supermarket. And it has since expanded to take over much of that block, which is next door to the famous Hotel Ansonia, where people like Enrico Caruso and Charlie Chaplin lived. But there was a Tom McCann shoe store, and above the Tom McCann shoe store was a martial arts place, a little school. And a friend of mine and I, this was along about the 4th grade, we thought it'd be fun to go up there and see what that was about. Because this was pre-Bruce Lee and all that. Nobody knew about it. So we went in there and we took a look, and there, to our surprise, was this kid we went to school with teaching classes, and he's breaking boards, and he's throwing people all around the room, and he's showing people how all this is done. This guy was a master, a martial arts guy, who, although he was like 9 years old, was assisting the teacher. What we were shocked about, my friend and I, was that this is the one that we said he was too much of a wimp to take care of himself and stand up to bullies. And we asked him, why do you let people do this to you? And he said, what difference does it make? It doesn't do anything to me. Well, why don't you just beat them up? So why? They're not doing anything that bothers me. And, we learned a lesson that day, my friend and I. At least I did. And when kids at the playground would start to tease him, we would say to them, you might want to rethink that. You might not want to do that. You may not. What are you talking about? Well, still waters run deep, which of course is very profound when you're, in the 4th grade. But I never forgot that, because he could have probably just mopped up the floor with any of these guys. And it wasn't worth it to him to do it. He didn't learn to do it. The other thing was fascinating. It was the first lesson. We sat there and we saw how the first part of the class went, and they started running in place. They're just standing there running in place. And one of the kids said, when are we going to learn how to fight? And he says, you just learned how to defend ourselves. And he said, you just learned the first lesson in self-defense, which is run away. So that's pretty cool. I never forgot that. I think I saw something like that in the TV series Kung Fu in the 70s then. But there you go. You never know who you're messing with, folks. You never know. Jennifer in Oceanside, California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Jennifer?
Doing well.
Well, let's take a look at the cards. See what is it you'd like to look at?
I guess love.
Okay. Anything in particular, something going on, or just the future?
The guy I'm with, he had to move to the northern end of the state to help his family. So I'm sure it's my ego and my own mind getting to me, but just want to see what the cards have to say.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. It's very funny that you mentioned, you said your ego and your own mind.
Yes, sir.
The first card I've got is the Seven of Cups, and that is about unfocused thoughts. It's about the imagination kind of running wild. So that's an interesting thing there. That's just a confirmation there of what you mentioned. That the Nine of Swords is here. That's a card of sadness and sorrow. You're not particularly happy about that. The Three of Swords is here. That is about sadness in a relationship. So, yeah, these aren't telling you anything. These are, you know, these things. Let's see if we can move into the future here. The Ace of Cups is here, which tells me that there's going to be a rebirth in terms of your emotions and feelings and romance. Doesn't necessarily mean with somebody else. It could be somebody else, or it could be with this person. I'm seeing happiness and joy coming your way. Literally, I'm seeing marriage in your future also, which is the Hierophant, which is a card in some decks. It's known as the Pope because it signifies religious conformity in a sense, authority rather, not conformity really, religious authority. Whenever that shows up in a romance reading, if that's the question, it's about marriage. But I'm seeing you're going through a very sad period, but you'll come out of it and you'll be very happy. Whether it's with that person or somebody else, I can't tell you right now. I don't see any indication. I just keep seeing overall, like the Sun and the Ten of Cups. These are all cards of great joy and happiness. The Lovers card is here. Well, that's an interesting card in this context also, not just because it's called the Lovers, but because it means you're going to be called on to make a choice. Judging by the nature of these cards, you're going to make a good choice. You know, the choice you make is going to be right for you. The World is here, which is assured success. So all these things are saying to me, don't worry about it. Whatever happens is going to work out for the best for you. Very much for the best, I might add. Now, that, as I said, I don't know if that's with the same person or with somebody else, but it's going to be good. Things are going to settle down and work out for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. Yeah, these are... It's interesting because the feelings can be so transitory, you know? I mean, it's... We sometimes think things are like the end of the world, and then things change, you know. I mean, it's, oh boy, do things change. Things change in a heartbeat, don't they? See, they sure do. Ashley in Buffalo is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Maybe just, I kind of want to be more broad in this. I'm kind of going through a lot of changes. So maybe just, whatever is happening regarding love and work.
Let's see what shows up, because this is definitely a time of change. I mean, judging just by the cards tonight, we're moving into a time of change. And judging by what people tell me, I think we're all ready for some changes.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Well, these are good. I had this card earlier, which is the Ten of Swords. That means that you've been through some rough times, but it's going to be over. The rough times are going to end soon. The Temperance card tells me balance will be restored. Have you felt that your life is a bit out of balance?
Yes, very much so.
Well, the Temperance card is about balance being restored, so that's good to see. And then the Sun card. This is the fourth time tonight I've gotten the Sun card. The Sun is about healing and health and growth and happiness. It's very dull. Everything is turning out nice for people, you know. It's,
yeah.
I mean, you go to the movies, and every time we read cards for people, it turns out they're going to die horribly. But it doesn't seem to be happening. You know, I feel cheated. You know, I've never predicted death. Although I did get the death card for somebody, which was exactly the card he should have seen at that moment, because it was about the death card is about one phase of your life ending and another phase beginning. But I didn't. I was too new at this. I didn't explain it to him. And so he wanted to know. I've told this many times, so I'm not telling stories out of school. He had a chance to leave New York City and get a house at a phenomenally low price and open up a new business in the house doing hairstyling. And he wanted to know how things would work out if he took the chance to do this. And the card that came out was the death card, and he screamed and fainted pretty much. He slid from his chair. He hit his chin on the table. He collapsed, knocked himself out. Very bad. I'm very conscious about that death card now, but no, this is good stuff here. You'll be fine. You're gonna. I mean, I've got the nine of cups here. Tells me you're in for a very sensuous time. Pleasure. You're somebody who knows how to enjoy pleasure, and you're going to. So this is all looking very good. I'm not seeing any conflict. I'm just seeing that whatever was out of balance and troublesome is going to end, and then things look really, really good after that. So here's another one. I got this 3 or 4 times tonight, the 10 of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So you'll be fine. Is there anything else you want to look at, or anything specific? Because I've got a little time left here.
I mean, I really when it comes to kind of just dating a couple of guys right now, and I kind of want to know if either of them are even worth, continuing, or if there's, maybe something new coming into my near future.
Let's see. That's a good question. Well, I just got this in the previous reading. It's the Hierophant. That indicates marriage. Well, of course, the question is who. The Lover's card is here. I had that also for this person. That indicates a choice you need to make. But this is nothing you don't know. I'm not getting any indication one way or the other. I mean, the Knight of... Well, this is... Okay, the Knight of Cups is here. Now, that's interesting, because the Knight of Cups tells me that there's somebody else going to come into your life.
Okay.
And the Knights are the beginnings of something, and they can be pretty erratic, but that can also be very emotionally arousing and exciting, because it can be up and down and left and right, and it's like the horse on the chessboard. On the Knight, when it shows up, it's the power appearing. And I definitely see that there's something new coming your way. That may be the nature of the choice. You're gonna have an abundance of riches here. You're gonna have several people to choose from, but keep an eye out, because there's definitely a new relationship coming your way. These cards are almost completely. Here's the Two of Cups. You see that's what that's about. That's a card of a new relationship. This is very good. This is clear. I don't mean good or bad, is in a good or bad sense, but I mean it's very clear. I can read this clearly. Is that there is a new relationship headed your way. The Six of Rods tells me it's going to be quite successful.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, here's one of my favorite cards for this kind of thing. It's the Four of Cups. That tells me it's somebody there's a very high likelihood that somebody is interested in you that way, but hasn't made it known yet.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting thing.
Yes. I used to say to people, so keep an eye out. See if somebody's attitude changes when you get into the room. And somebody said, well, that's good. How do I know what their attitude was before I got there? I said, oh, yeah. It made sense to me until you told me that. But you know what I mean. Yeah. You'll feel a vibe when you get in the room, if that's not too 60s of me. But there's a new relationship headed your way. Between the Two of Cups and the Knight of Cups, I have no doubt about it.
Okay.
And just see if it may be somebody you don't know yet. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Okay.
And I would like to just to take a little bit of time here to reflect on the past 11 years. Because my nose is a little clogged up now. This is not like a cold or anything. This happens to me when the weather gets dry from the cold. I'm probably I've had nasal trouble all my life. I'm probably the only person I've heard of who, I had my tonsils taken out because my adenoids had to come out. Usually it's the other way around. Usually they take out the tonsils and then they say, as long as we're in here, let's just get another fee and take out the adenoids. But I've had nose troubles all my life. Fortunately, I found a decongestant that works marvelously, and I am not going to mention that because I don't give medical advice. Yay, I'm one of the few people who doesn't give medical advice. Have you noticed how so many people became medical experts? So many people know all there is to know about vaccines, and so many people know all there is to know about viruses, and so many people don't know what the hell they're talking about. But, this is, I say, stick to what you know. What has happened? See, in the last 11 years now, going forward, looking backward, I would say that one of the best things that's happened to me, aside from the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people I've spoken to, gosh, I mean, and the people the relationships I've made with people off the air, people I got to know because of the show, it's just wonderful. And anybody who wants to contact me off the air, asktaro@earthlink.net is my email. asktaro@earthlink.net. I know that everybody can't get through every night. I also know that there's a lot of people who don't want to talk in front of hundreds and hundreds of thousands and thousands of millions of people. Tens of billions of people, right? Hey, we don't know. This could be good. This is going out into the ether. This is going out into space. We don't know how many people are listening. We don't even know how many people are listening in the past or the future, because time is weird. But hey, you want to know more about what I do. I have expanded my website thanks to the stimulation of the conversations I've had here over 11 years. That would be magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I've expanded mojoacademy.org. These were just little teeny websites I had years ago. There's so many things there now. Mojoacademy.org is where the books are. Books, records. Look at me, records. I'd press vinyl if I could. I probably could. But it's, we make DVDs and CDs, all with occult themes, except for one of my favorites, which nobody really pays much attention to, but it's kind of a labor of love at mojoacademy.org. I have some old-time serials there. I don't think I have Captain Marvel because I believe that's under copyright, and I don't want to violate copyright laws, but there are things there like the Return of Chandu the Magician and all these wonderful old serials. Bela Lugosi went from playing the villain in Chandu the Magician, which you can find at my website magicworks.com. There's a print there to see, not to buy, and he became the hero in the Return, in Chandu Returns, which is one of those 15-part serials. That was just, I have a hankering for those old things. I kind of like them. But there's also Secrets of Success there. There's a wonderful out-of-print public domain album from the 70s called How to Pick Up Girls. And I put that there for all you people who've never spent a night in court. Because you follow the advice in this record and you'll probably be arrested. But it's a real relic of its time, and I like relics of their time, that's all. But there's wonderful books there, like Reverend Elliot's Magical Window is a book named after this show, and I dedicated it to you, the listeners of this program, because without you, I would never have written that book. And that is a book on how to read tarot cards yourself. And it comes with a CD of genuine tarot readings that are examples of the points made in that book. So if you want to do this, if you want to do what I do, and there's people have been reading tarot cards for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. check out the book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It's only available through Amazon.com, but it's there, and you can find the link to it at mojoacademy.org. It's the kind of book I wish I'd had when I was learning how to read. And it has a wonderful bibliography with loads of other books that are really quite good, quite helpful. One book that I highly recommend all the time, which I didn't write, is the Tarot Workbook by Emily Peach. That is a beautiful, beautiful book. It's in 2 sections. The first section is easy, and it'll help you learn all about tarot. And the second section is very obscure, and it's about the deeper metaphysical nature of tarot. That's also covered in one of my other books by a man named David Lemieux, which I understand is also the name of a hockey player. But it's called The Ancient Tarot and Its Symbolism. It's harder to find that book, but if you do find it, it's quite rewarding, and it's beautifully illustrated, and you'll see so many interesting tarot decks there. But it's a fascinating look if you want to get deeper into the cards and learn more than just divination, not fortune telling. Divination. These are 2 different things. Fortune telling is you'll meet a tall, dark stranger kind of stuff. Divination is using the divine spark and accessing, I call it the magical window, because the tarot cards through divination allow you to see things that the senses do not perceive. You heard examples of that tonight, such as when I asked the caller if she was looking for a new job, because that's what the cards showed me. And she said, yes, absolutely. These are not tricks. You can do tricks with anything, but these are not tricks. And you'll learn about that in Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a book that I do recommend highly. And I always enjoy sending out signed copies, if that means anything. But oh gosh, and that was only written because I was inspired by all the wonderful experiences I've had here. I have not had a bad moment with anybody through Ask One Radio. Not just the callers, of course. I mean, the people behind Ask One Radio are just delightful, beautiful people. And if you have in the back of your mind an itch to do this kind of stuff and get on video and radio, I think I'm the last person doing exclusively radio, but those days are numbered. Yes, I will admit it. I've been doing video tests. Yes, I will admit it. I've been shedding a little weight, Oh, vanity, right? And if you want to do this, this is the place to do it. This is the place to do it, is Ask One Radio, because it is the most positive group of people I've ever been associated with. Do you think I'd be here 11 years if I didn't like this? Come on. Like I said, I've had marriages that didn't last this long. Not the current one. The current one, I don't know. I don't think I'm too old to say one day it's going to be my 40th anniversary at Ask One Radio, but that's the 2 most important anniversaries in my life. And yes, it did change my life, doing Ask One Radio and being with you guys every Wednesday when I'm available. I promise every year, I promise not to miss any shows, but then every year something happens, because we're only human and we're frail. And we'll shuffle up the cards one more time, and I am going to see what's in my future. How's that? Got 2 minutes left. Let's see, what do I have here? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's fascinating. That's marvelous. Oh, wait a minute. You want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you what I see here? Oh, gosh, I got the King of Coins. That's the first card I got. Now, that's interesting because that's a card that suits, that's my significator as a tarot reader. The King of Coins is a mature in age person who's Capricorn. But I'm just getting cards of happiness and joy, and that's what I'm feeling. Well, We got about a minute and a half to go, so I might as well wrap it up and just tell you thank you for the last 11 years, and I'm looking forward to the next 11 years with you. You can contact me anytime, as I said, at Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net, and I will get back to you. And I do offer a free mini reading to all the Ask One radio listeners. I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. No charge. That's my gift back to you. And let's see, mojoacademy.org we mentioned. That's where the books are. Magic-works.com. I got like 100 pages there, and I'm adding them all the time. Take a look at the occult jewelry page. That's one of my favorite things. As soon as we're done here tonight, I'm going to design some more jewelry to put there. But that's about it. That's the end of the 10th year, and now into the end of the 11th year. See, there I go again. 10th anniversary started year 11. So what can you do? The first anniversary started the second year, so there it is. I've got to run now. So remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. See you next week. Bye bye now.
And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now.